Hello, hello. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Okay. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Ikhona ingxaki.
Sound check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Sound check, sound check. Sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 1 2. Testing sound check 1 2 1 2. Testing sound 1 2 1 2.
expectation of any funding from the fiscus. However, in the longer term, it would seriously assist if there were some form of capital injection, and that form of capital injection, as the Minister said, could be by way of another investor, another share equity partner. But we don't depend on a chairperson, not depending on it for next year, not budgeted for next year. It's for the later years. If something comes, if something transpires, that will obviously be welcomed and it will be useful, because it would mean that we would be able to bring forward some of the plans that have been pushed back because of the non-availability of the 3 billion rand. So that's all we really did, is postpone some of the plans that were in our previous corporate plan, given the funds were not available. The Minister is correct. We are engaging with banks on not to get a loan at this point, but a loan facility as a kind of a buffer. Because while it is debt-free, as you said in your opening, the cash reserves are low, and it makes us quite vulnerable should there be any shock. We don't have anything to draw on, so it's really to be there as a buffer. There are, obviously there's more detail one could go into, but I won't do that now. That's just that explanation. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hanekom. Just on that, so am I correct also to then understand that the facility that you're looking to access would only be next year sometime when you've produced your audited annual financials, because that's typically a requirement for getting bank facilities?
Yes, Chairperson. We're approaching the banks now, and I must say, because of the many changes that have happened and the company being stabilized, there's at this stage a much more sort of positive approach from the banks. The 22-23 audit is done. The 23-24, the 23-24, as the Minister said, will be the audit will only have been completed by February. That is the indication we get from the Auditor General. However, the banks are looking at our plans, our business plans, and they're looking at the unencumbered property that we have. And there's in the region of 5 billion rands worth of unencumbered property, and that all stands us in good stead for the possibility of getting this loan facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, back to you. So just to understand on Transnet, there is debt of 137 billion currently. There is a further borrowing of 47 billion. So that would take up to somewhere around 184, I think 184 billion. My question is, has there been any discussion on how that impacts the cash flows and going concern status of Transnet then, given that this won't be a capital injection from Treasury, but further borrowing?
Chair, I think that's an important question, and it's a question that the board is currently seized with looking at. You would understand that the board has not drawn down the full amount of that 47. I think at the moment it's somewhere 25, 26 million that has been drawn down. I think that there's a complex and delicate balancing act that has to be achieved. On the one hand, there is a requirement for a capital injection in order to improve the operation of the lines. On the other, operation of the lines means that you can get more revenue. So I think it's that balancing act that the entity is currently involved with. And that is why, Chair, since I became the shareholder, I have made this request that the war room get set up, because when you are dealing with a complex multi-layered organization like Transnet, and you are dealing with a range of private sector actors who are utilizing the lines, you have to make sure there's proper coordination and you are managing simultaneously to fix and increase the revenue. I can say to you that prior to the shut on the Sishan Saldana line, that shut was just concluded over the weekend. And obviously that shut is very important because there's certain aspects of maintenance and infrastructure development you can't do while the line is running. Prior to that, we were managing to average 160 million tons. Now, I'm not saying that by the end of the year we will have achieved that target. I'm just saying that in terms of what was running on those lines was averaging what you would need for 160 million tons over the year. Now, that is an improvement from where we were before we set up that war room, where we were averaging 152, somewhere between 149 and 152 million tons. So it's that balancing, that delicate balancing act that I think the board is trying to get right.
Thanks, Mr. The last question is something that the Auditor General had raised with us in respect of Mango. And this was work not for this, in fact, let me just speak generally. It appeared that there had been a disagreement between the then Minister of Public Enterprises and the business rescue practitioner in relation to whether Mango Airlines should be sold or not. And the matter, it ended up in court and so on. I just want to understand where that matter is, but there was something like that raised by the AG when they came to brief the committee some weeks back. And I'd like you to address it before I hand over to the members.
Let me ask the chair of the board to address that matter.
Could I pass the buck to the CEO of SAA? I mean, you are right that there was that tussle between the former minister and Mango, but Mango remains under business rescue. It was a lot of it was to do with the status of whether it needed, as a company under business rescue, to put in a Section 54 application to the minister, and the. There would be an argument that once a company like this goes under business rescue, that this is not strictly a requirement, but the business rescue practitioner did so. And there I think some of the problems came up because the business rescue, the minister then, as I understand it, but if you would indulge and let the CEO give you some more information, as I understand it, the minister then did not approve the 54 application. As far as we are concerned, as the board and management of SAA, the business rescue process should continue. The business practitioner has stated that a buyer has been found, but at the end of the day, once you have handed over to the business rescue practitioner and approved a business rescue plan, you have to stick to what the plan states. So could I ask the CEO if he could?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of the committee, honorable members, Minister, and the Chair of the Board of SAA. Indeed, Chair, the nub of the disagreement between the Department of Public Enterprises Ministry and the business rescue practitioner centered around the section PFMA section 54 as application, where, as it could be known, that that application normally includes detailed information upon which the executive authority is to take a decision. And the Minister of Public Enterprise felt that not enough information was disclosed to the satisfaction of the Minister being able to take a decision. And that decision, or one element, was around the issue of the disclosure of the equity partner, or the strategic equity buyer of Mango, as the BR had planned to have, or rather as the business rescue plan was articulating it. And the business rescue practitioner went further to invoke subsection 3 of the Act, which indicates that if there is no response from the executive authority within 30 days, it is assumed that the application is approved. That ended up in court up to the appeal level, where it was the court adjudicated in favor of the business rescue practitioner. And where the matter is currently, Chair, is that there is a business rescue plan that the business rescue practitioner is expected to fulfill. And as the chairperson of the board has said, under the current legal framework, the board and the management of SAA is essentially neutralized in terms of his involvement on this matter. The matter is entirely into the hands of the business rescue practitioner as to where he will take the matter forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Minister, and Mr. Hanekom and the Chief Executive of SAA. So I am going to give an opportunity to the members to ask. May I ask that you specify the entity you're asking about, but you kind of ask them in sequence if you can, so that we can then get the answers dealing with that entity all at once, and then they can move on to the next one. So thank you very much. I'll start with you, Honorable Maduna, and end up with Honorable Atkinson on the other side. And this is one meeting where you can say, as I land, because SAA is here today.
No, thanks, Chair. As I will be short, as my height is always. No, Chair, I think I have about just 3 questions, because I think one would have interacted with most entities, but I think some of the issues that the Minister would raise are issues that one would want a further clarity on. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, the Minister, the Board of SAA, and management of other entities, executives, and so on. I think, Chair, my first question with regards to RAF, it might happen that I might be, but I think I have the information that IASB might have withdrawn IFRAS 4 that RAF were previously using, and replaced it with, I think it's IFRAS 17 or 16, I'm not sure. Of which it had a significant change, especially around the issue of new measurements, models for insurance contracts. It provided some more enhanced disclosures and improved accounting for insurance contracts. So I just want to check if the Minister and the department is of the view that RAF should go back to using IFRAS. Which one? Should they go back to 17 or IFRAS 4? I think that's one. Because I would have stated the latter. Or what would be the view of the AGA regarding that? Secondly, on SAA, one should register it, Chair. I become worried every time when an entity is not doing well or is having some equity challenges, when we invite private sector, especially when you see that already you can buy a ticket flight from Cape Town to Joburg for as much as 3.5 at some point. That would be the cheapest ticket. And because there's a reason why you would have had SAA in the first place, you would have had your Mango and so on and so on. And we all know what it would mean if SAA would get a private equity partner, because that's what capitalism is for. They are their only thing that they want to achieve is to derive and to make profit. So I really think that, and one would want to encourage, through you, Chair, that perhaps the department should look at other avenues of raising equity. But this one of private equity players, I think mostly will agree, my honorable member from the opposition next to me, that young people on the ground, they've been worried about what seems to be that there's a willingness or some sort of craving to want to privatize many of the state entities, of which we are against. We believe these are state legacies that must be protected mostly and only be 100% owned by the state. So I was just registering that. And perhaps one would wanted to check what is the fleet. I know by 2007, I think SAA would have had about 73 fleet. I want to check currently, through you, Chair, the board chair, what is the fleet number of the entity, so that we just check and it gives them in terms of their profitability. I noticed, through you, Chair, the minister mentions that there are still ICT deficiencies around internal controls. I think when we went to, in my other committee responsibility, we went to visit PRASA, on PRASA. We had a very long conversation around this particular matter, around the deficiencies around internal controls in the ICT, especially in the interface. When you make payments from the financial system, I think they are using subs to the particular bank account, and which would have resulted into them making being defrauded by a particular employee for, I think, about plus minus 35 million. Now, with that being said, I see that the minister is still raising it here. That is why I'm asking it, because I think we would have had a long conversation around it in terms of, because obviously when a file comes from a financial system, usually it's hash locked. And I did not understand how do you, when you're done making payments before you upload the file, how is it not hash locked, how is it edited and all that. But I think the CEO would have taken some time to try and take us through and what controls they would have already introduced. But my question would be here, Minister, would be around that particular matter. Don't you think perhaps an in-depth investigation should be done to ascertain that is it only the 35 million that we lost through that type of corruption in PRASA? And lastly, Chair, I want to check on the further borrowings that Transnet is making. Are we making this borrowing to fund our operation, our OPEX or our CAPEX? The reason I'm asking, once you borrow to fund your OPEX, you must know that you are no longer a business. We usually call you a pyramid scheme. Because once you borrow from Peter to pay Paul, it means you are no longer in business, you are no longer profitable, you're using debt to keep you afloat, and that thing can die any given day. I think, Chair, that was about, and as my landing shot, Chair, we must appreciate the job that was done by Mangesi FC over the weekend going forward. I thank you, Chair.
I wanted you to say, as I learned. You know? I've been waiting for SAA to be here so you can say, as I learned. Honorable Madlala, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the Minister and the entire delegation. Well, firstly, I agree with my colleague that privatization is one of the things that we would never support. Whether it's called finding an equity partner, some days it's called unbundling. It gets a lot of terminologies which seeks to suggest that these public entities must fall in the hands of private capital, whose interest we know very well that is to maximize profits at all costs. It's not to provide any service, but it is to ensure that those who are rich gets richer. Maybe let me first start with PRASA. When we were there at PRASA, we were assured that the issue of ICT systems would be resolved by January. I even asked the question, I said, we don't want to hear nice sounding things because we want to work with the entities to see how we can help them and to also have, you know, feasible and achievable plans. And the follow-up was met with also an assurance. And we were there just this month, if I'm not mistaken, that by January, all ICT issues would have been resolved. So I just want to check with the minister because I heard that she raised some of these issues as concerns. If she echoes the sentiments. From where I stood, I did not think it was feasible, but I'm not an administrator dealing with the matter, so I took the word for it. That's the first part. The second part, maybe still on PRASA. More often than the reference is made in terms of the loss of infrastructure during the COVID period. And from my understanding, there were security contract issues at PRASA where many security tenders or contracts were terminated. Some under the disguise that they had been wrongfully awarded and state capture and so forth. And that was implemented against many advices not to do so, particularly if you are not replacing them with any other contracts. And according to my information, that left the infrastructure of PRASA vulnerable because they were abruptly terminated. Some of the matters I hear that they are in courts. Some of the companies are winning against PRASA. But I want to understand what has been the consequence management in that regard, because if there was a haphazard decision to terminate contracts without putting a contingency plan in place to protect the infrastructure, and then the infrastructure got vandalized and so forth and so on, which costed a lot of money, someone has to be held accountable for having made that decision. We cannot speak of just going forward and repositioning the business without dealing with the consequences of someone who would have failed to do due diligence in taking that decision. So I want to get clarity in that regard. If there's another explanation beside what I'm saying on why the infrastructure was vulnerable, I think the explanation will also be accepted so that we can verify it against facts as well. But we need to know how we got to that position so that also in future we can have preventative measures, that we don't find ourselves in the same position where for a longer period the infrastructure was safe and for some particular period, yes, it was anticipated, it was not anticipated, if we may want to accrue that to the COVID pandemic, but how did we get to that situation? And then on SAA, there's been an issue of financials that have not been submitted. From 2022 and the 2023 ones were told that there are processes towards it. I just want to understand that whilst we are remedying the situation and dealing with the legacy non-submission issues, what has been the consequence, you know? And I'm going to emphasize on this because more often we seem to just try and remedy the situation and move forward. And I'm not sure if we draw lessons because we must find out why have we not been submitting and who has been responsible for doing that and what are the consequences of those non-submissions. Because it should not be a practice, a general practice that we don't submit, we move forward, whoever gets in then tries to go back there and do a job that someone else was supposed to do, or that someone else did not do properly. Why have we not been submitting financials of the state-owned entities, which is very critical for so many years? And now we're trying to put everything together and move forward. Well, good and well, but we need to deal with that so that we also never find ourselves in the same predicament of these non-submissions. And then, well, I've already spoken to it because I heard that the financials are balancing, but there's a need for an equity partner also at SAA. And I'm hoping, or have been hoping, to hear more of a plan to reposition SAA to its former glory. I think we're just trying to balance things off. We're just trying to stand, and from the report of the AG, and also from what I've heard today, I've not really heard how, from the downsizing of staff, cutting off flights and all of that, how are we going back to the former glory of the entity? And maintaining it, obviously, as a public entity without having to privatize it. And I don't think that in all wisdom we cannot find a solution to that. We cannot find a turnaround strategy to reposition the entity accordingly. And lastly, the Auditor General's report on SAA also highlighted quite a number of issues which are concerns in terms of the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure at SAA. And for example, there was an issue of difficulty in adhering to relevant legislations on procurement and contracts management. There was an issue around irregular expenditure increasing from 22 billion to 44.5 billion at SAA. There's quite a number of other issues that were concerning, which I would love to hear how the board and management has dealt with some of those issues as we anticipate the financials to be coming through. And as I hear that there's an intention to borrow or more money for the reasons stated, how has this issue been dealt with? Because these are issues that are happening on an ongoing basis. I want to just stop there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala. Honorable Skosana.
Honorable Chair, thank you very, very much. Can I have a last bite? Because I've got some issues which I'm preparing here. I'll have the last bite.
Okay, so I should come back to you.
Yes.
At the end. Okay,
Thank you.
I will do that. Honorable Kubek.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister and her team. Chair, there's so much here. I think to try and bundle these entities all and speak to them at once with the Minister is a bit of it's a big feat. But I would like to echo some of the sentiments shared by some of my colleagues here, in that when we speak about we've got very fancy words for privatization. And at the end of the day, it's all privatization. And again, we will not support that. Because what you see happening here is, I've said this in the Portfolio Committee of Transport as well, that the standard technique for privatization is to defund, make sure that things don't work, and then people get angry and you hand it over to private capital. And that's exactly what's happening with our entities. And I think the department needs to know that we understand this, that's a standard, that's how you privatize. And from where we stand, we do not want to privatize strategic national assets. So we need to know, and we need to have people's heads roll, people who have been doing this deliberately. Unfortunately, some of them are no longer with us, people who knew exactly what they were doing, and I think everyone here knows who I'm talking about. But when this is treasonous. When you take state entities and you make sure that they don't work, and especially with entities like Transnet, you cannot have a Transnet that's not working, because Transnet is the backbone of the country. It's the backbone of our transport infrastructure. It's the backbone of everything. Everything that comes into the country has to go through our ports, which is Transnet. Everything that leaves the country that would actually increase into our GDP has to go through our railroads and transport. So the minute we start to defund, for instance, PRASA, we've got derailments all over the country because PRASA has been deliberately sabotaged. And we know that it's deliberately sabotaged. If you ask that who has been managing the downfall of these entities and where are they now, they're still enjoying fat, cushy jobs wherever they sit. You've got people at Transnet who are sitting here, Minister, that are, and let me make an example for you. You've got, and I'll name names here. You've got a company called Liquid and Datacentrics at Transnet. Liquid and Datacentrics run parallel and they do the same thing. The one of them, the contract ended 4 years ago, but they're still getting paid today. You've got managers there at Transnet telling you that no, we are managing the handover from Liquid, I think, to Datacentrics, and I stand to be corrected on who's handing over to who here. But 4 years later, they're still telling you that no, they're handing over. And this is the cost of millions. And I believe that this year alone, they've been paid over 74 million, almost 100 million rand that they've been paid to date. And Chairperson, both of these companies are running concurrently at Transnet. And then people are going to tell you that, no, we've got the most competent people working for Transnet. They're incompetent. They're incompetent. Because now, I think, Chair, and through you, we need to get to a position or get to a point where we actually ask for the qualifications of these people who work at Transnet. Because I believe that those people are incompetent. We have not even brought in our B team. This is like the C team or the D team that's running Transnet. And now I think it's irresponsible for us as a portfolio committee, especially Scopa, and this is for Scopa and Transport, to not vet the people who are running these entities to make sure that we've got the best people running these entities. We've got declines in volumes at PRASA, extreme declines, yet you hear the department saying we must privatize. What do they call this thing that they want to do at Transnet? It's, what is it again? What is
Describe it, maybe.
It's vertical
integration.
Vertical integration. That's not going to work. They know that's not going to work. They know it's not going to work because now you're saying vertical integration, but then the other day we sat with the CEO of Transnet and he said, we do not earn money if we do not move volumes. If they do not move volumes, but they want to take those volumes and give them to private sector, what do they mean? You are not moving volumes, but you want to take the same entity and give it over to, you want to take the same work and give it over to private capital. How are you planning on making this entity viable? How are you planning on making this entity survive? The current loss position of Transnet of 7 billion rand, it's not acceptable. 6 years ago, 2017, 2018, that entity made a profit of 5 billion rand. 5 billion rand. 5-6 years later, that same entity, the very same entity, is working on a 7. It's actually, it's not even 7. It's actually more. More than 7 billion rand loss. How is that even possible? I don't get it. I beg your pardon? Yeah.
No, members,
when you privatize,
let's not interrupt.
I can answer.
Can we please let
take you on that one?
Chair, on the point of order, Chair.
Let me take you on
members,
that one.
On the point of order, Chair.
Take you on that one because I think we must agree that we stand
on the point of order, Chair.
Honorable Kubega, I want to deal with Honorable Atkinson from the chair, yes, please. So, members, can we please? Can we please? Or was it Honorable Esak? Okay, Honorable Esak. So can we please? This is question time. Can we please not interrupt members when they are asking questions? We're not going to go through this process in the time that we need to. And secondly, we're going to interfere with the decorum of the meeting. So please, can we let members ask their questions?
Chair, just on the point of order, Chair. The bickering has been happening here. They are very irritated when members are speaking against privatization. And he's laughing and I'm on the floor. This is unacceptable. And we've been ignoring this because there's a decorum that we keep in this house. Now for him to just blatantly disrupt another member like that when his turn is coming is uncalled for. And you must rein on that, Chair, because we equally can do that. So when we raise issues that they are uncomfortable on, they must stomach it because we are going to speak against this issue. So this nonsense must not happen again.
Honorable Plosa, I've now dealt with the matter as you had. Members, can we please give each other time to ask the questions and let the Minister and her team respond? Thank you. Please proceed.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Chair. And on to answer Honorable Atkinson, that same thing I'm talking about now of vertical separation.
Yeah.
Okay, well, both of you, the same issue of vertical separation, it will not work. The numbers of these entities do not support that. If you want to hand it over to private capital, I understand from your point of view from your political parties that privatization is the way to go. But from where we stand, privatization is not the way to go. And then just lastly, Chair, the leadership in some of these entities, especially ESCOM, it's not competent, Chair. Can we get the minister to possibly...
Sorry, just to be certain, you mentioned ESCOM, and ESCOM is under a different minister.
No, sorry, Transnet.
Okay.
Excuse me there. Transnet, the leadership at Transnet, it's not capable, Chair. Maybe, is it possible for us to ask the minister, I'm not sure when, maybe through written submission, if she can get us the CVs of these people who are running that entity, because I strongly believe that we've got a properly incapable team running specifically Transnet. Thank you, Chair.
Then, you know, we love written submissions here, so we can ask for that. I said minister now, Minister Skosan. How can I appoint you as minister when I'm not the president? Honorable Skosan?
Maybe you are prophesizing, Chair. That's what I like to know. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to all honorable members present, the Honorable Minister and the team, board members and senior executives from all the entities that are here. No, we welcome the response from the minister in responding to our letter that we've written to her as a committee to respond to the 4 questions. But I just noted that in the letter, all the pages are labeled as page 2. So it's very difficult to, we see I'm on page 2, I move to, when I'm on page 5, when I look at the page, it still says page 2. So you don't know which page is which one. So I think it's a matter that in future need to be to be corrected. Yeah, on PRASA, Honorable Chair, I think we note the improvement. We have been there on an oversight as the Standing Committee on Public Account, and I think what we have saw there is quite impressive. It's quite motivating, and I think they are doing a lot of good work there. And also noting that they've achieved most of their targets. There's quite an improvement in terms of achieving their targets now of late, and the fact that they've moved out of disclaimers, because they've been on disclaimer for 4 years. So now at least they are on a qualified audit opinion, which is not something that to be celebrated, but we're just noting that at least there is an improvement, and we hope that in future they will get an unqualified audit opinion, preferably a clean audit, an unqualified audit opinion without matters of emphasis. Now, just a concern on this issue of what the SIU termed ghost employees. But the explanation that we received from them, it was that those are unverified employees. I think they did explain to us when we met with them that these are...
Honorable Skosana, just for clarity, that would be PRASA, right? You just didn't name which one? PRASA?
Yes, it's PRASA.
PRASA, okay.
No, I'm on PRASA. Yeah, I'm talking about PRASA. Since I started, that's PRASA. Yeah, the issue of what SIU termed as I think SIU and AG termed as ghost employee, but they explained that those are unverified employees. But I'm just concerned about the issue of handling the whole process, that it ended up being classified as ghost employees, because I think that gives PRASA a negative publicity. Because from a person who get that report, either from the media or elsewhere, that there are ghost employees, I think it gives PRASA a very a negative publicity, that there are people who are just paid but who are not there. So I think it's an issue that need to be handled moving forward. I think there's need to be a serious intervention on the internal controls within the HR to make sure that when they deal with processes of verifying employees, they must make sure that they are up to scratch. If there's a date set for people to come and present themselves to say they are indeed employees, that process need to be really followed. If there are employees who did not come, there should be some follow-up processes so that when the process is concluded, the report that comes out, it should be a credible report so that you don't end up saying somebody is a ghost when that person is not a ghost. It's just that the person was not there on the day. So it gives PRASA a negative publicity. So it's an area that would wish the minister to monitor to make sure that they really handle it so that in future we don't have such kind of negative publicity. Now coming to Transnet, well, we're also noting in Transnet that there's an improvement in terms of revenue generation of about 11%. But we are worried about the debt burden of about 137 billion rands. I think that's too much. We are very much worried about that. And I would like to know what is the comprehensive plan of dealing with this particular debt moving forward? Because my view is that if Transnet is not able to handle this issue of debt, I think it's a very serious threat to that particular entity. So what is the comprehensive plan of dealing with this 137 billion rand of debt? Yeah, coming to SAA, we are also noting that it is now out of business rescue, which is a good thing. And that it is no longer in debt. It's also a good thing, and it is a going concern. That's also a very good. Now, but in terms of the expansion plan, I think the minister and also the chair of the board spoke about the issue of an equity partner, but also an issue of a loan. So I believe either the issue of the equity partner of getting a loan is based on the expansion plan, because there should be that kind of a plan, I believe, because I think currently SAA compared to previously is making less trips than previously. So an expansion plan obviously is needed. But now between the issue of getting an equity partner and getting a loan, which one is a priority? Are you considering both of them, or are you considering an issue of equity partner in case you don't secure a loan? Which is which between the two? Then lastly, Chair, coming to the issue of RAF. RAF, the issue of litigation, because I think RAF was here last week. We were with them. I think they presented. Prior to that, we met with the AG, and today I think the minister has also indicated on the challenges that are facing the RAF, including the issue of litigation, wherein they took the AG to court. Well, I think the minister did indicate that they would there could be a solution around that particular matter. So I just want to understand as to whether, Minister, from your side as the executive, with the board of RAF, are you on the same page as to what should be the way forward regarding the issue of litigation with the AG regarding the audit opinion as a result of accounting standard differences and stuff like that? Lastly, the issue of capping the benefits. What is your view, Minister, moving forward, the issue of cap benefits? Because last week, on the presentation that was presented by RAF, they indicated that there are people who are claiming up to 500 million rands from RAF. What is your view on the issue of capping benefits and stuff like that? Are there any plans in future to deal with that particular matter? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. Honorable Bila.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, to the Minister and all members present here. Let me first thank the Minister for all the responses that she has made and the commitment up to so far. Let me start with the SAA. We are seeing it progressing, but there are things that have been said by the AG indicating that there is no evidence for disciplinary actions in that entity. Can I check if there are some improvement regarding this issue? Let me continue and go to RAF, which the Minister indicated that it requires urgent legislative reform. And as it is said that it is urgent, how long can we expect this to happen? On Transnet, Honorable Chairperson, the AG indicated that theft and vandalism is affecting the revenue collection there. How is the Minister planning to deal with this challenge? Lastly, I will go on for PRASA. Let me indicate that one is impressed by the improvement happening there at PRASA. Seeing the rail commuter services progressively returning to the citizen is one that we are proud of. But we are having a challenge there, as indicated, that there are no enough trains that are operating. What is the plan to add on the trains that we are having now? Lastly, I want to thank the Minister for committing that by the end of November, all vacancies on PRASA will be filled. We are waiting to see that happening, Minister, so that that entity can be seen improving going forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bila. Honorable Nontenja, you were not here during the presentation. I just want to know if you want to ask now or later.
I would prefer to ask a few questions, Chair. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Chair, it's me.
Oh, no.
My apologies.
How can you forget me?
Oh, I apologize. Please go ahead,
Yeah.
Honorable Nilmay.
Yes, this is the long walk to freedom from state capture. And I think the entities are recovering and doing their very best. And I must commend those that have really started to turn around, because the historical aspect is really, really something that we've had to deal with. Let me start with SAA. Minister, during the rescue, business rescue, a lot of the skills, there was a skills drain with staff that were paid off. Is there any plan to bring back? Because there was a challenge in trying to get the information that was needed to update the books and to make sure that you could actually get all your financials in order. So that was the one on SAA. Coming to PRASA, very impressed with their progress and look forward to having more trains on the rails. I think the one area that one would want to really work on is the cyber attacks and their ICT. I think that was the only thing when we left on our oversight that said to me, we need to really get into that aspect of making sure that they sort their ICT out. Coming to Transnet, Minister, what is the progress on the disciplinary measures taken against officials who contravene supply chain management regulations? I think, as you know, there was a lot of challenges. There was witnesses that were murdered. Now, that is obviously with the police, but there's still challenges. And what steps or plans have been taken to improve the process of investigating and implementing consequence management proceedings, particularly regarding the maintenance of records as evidence to support investigations into irregular expenditure? The other question that I have is regarding the findings that disciplinary hearings were not held for confirmed cases of financial misconduct as required by Treasury Regulation 33(1.1). What immediate action will or has been taken to rectify this issue? And what is the progress in implementing the action plan to ensure consequence management of staff who continue to contravene legislation and cause irregular expenditure to prevent recurring compliance issues? The second last one is, who are these officials who have contravened the legislation resulting in financial losses for this entity, and are they still in the employ of Transnet? I think those were the things. My question now should be to RAF. The question that I have is, and I'm not going to go on to, I think we've had a full presentation on the RAF, is should government not be deciding if RAF is a social benefit fund or an insurance fund? That seems to be the challenge in the reports that we are hearing. You have a CEO saying, no, we are a social benefit fund, or we are in insurance. Now, there is that discrepancy. Hence, they were doing their own financial system. Hence, they were doing a whole lot of other things that were not in compliance with the PFMA. So should government then not take the lead and say, look, guys, this is how it is, instead of waiting for the courts to determine that? And then the last question, which is a general question, is the PFMA is very specific in that accounting officers are to be held accountable. We need to hold those officials accountable. Therefore, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the accounting officer. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Neil May. Sorry for forgetting you again. I apologize. Honorable Blase, I dare not forget you.
No, thanks, Chair. You know, Chair, it becomes very disturbing when people who are presiding over government, the GNU alliances, they call themselves, are actually the ones who don't believe in state capacity. So Honorable Neil May here was also lobbying me privately to say, no, private capital works better than the state. I'm like, no. And my worry is that it's the ANC and the DA members who are advocating for privatization. So if they are unable to run the state, they must give it to us. We'll show them that the state is very much capable to run all these entities. Now you must protect me again, Chair, because we don't want to lose the decorum of this meeting. Maybe, Chair, let me just get into issues. You know, Chair, I'm very worried with the attitude of the minister in terms of these entities. So she says to us, the draft is misleading us in terms of how they are reporting. So RAF might be giving us an impression that...
Order. Did I use the word misleading?
Sorry, let me go back to my notes.
Okay, let me rephrase, Chair. Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
So this is the impression that I got. So that
yes,
yeah. I'll give the impression. So when she responds,
that's a more concise framing. Yes,
yeah.
That's so your reading of what she's saying.
Yeah. So when she responds, then she'll clarify. Apologies about that, Minister. So I get the response that the minister is saying to us that
RAF is giving us, well, this is my impression, right? RAF is misleading us in terms of how they are reporting, because we get an impression that RAF might be stable or is in the recovery, whereas there are certain aspects that are not included in their report, and to that effect, the interpretation is that it's an entity that is stable when it's not. So I'm worried about that, because RAF is audited even by the AG. So if there are certain aspects in their reporting that are not filtered through, and they give a misleading impression even to us as government. So I want the minister to speak into that, to say why does she have that view, and why does she feel that RAF is giving us is not giving us a true impression of what is happening in the entity. I want the ministers to speak to that. But secondly, then we've got a report that Transnet is a collapsing entity. But again, the minister in Transnet, I think she is very artificial in how she gives us an impression of Transnet. She even says that, you know, there's an auditory recovery plan at Transnet, and they are going to sit and discuss how they deal with their audit findings and all of that. But seated here, even through some of the AG's finding, even this is not explicit in the AG's report, but there's huge tender corruption at Transnet. There's no compliance of anything. And worse, there's no consequence management of anything. And this is what the AG tells us, that ACM processes non-compliance, there are companies that are being paid there, they tender different amounts, and then they end up paying something else. So this is where I'm saying the attitude of the minister worries me, because we've got an entity that is collapsing in Transnet. She gives us an impression that no, it's coming all right. And again, Transnet is just an entity that has came into our portfolio. So if she's not really sure what's going on there, she must tell us, but she must not give us an impression that things are on the recovery on Transnet when it's really, really, really bad. That's where it's really bad. And this is why they are looking at privatizing this entity, because it's self-sabotage. They've collapsed it deliberately. Let me move away from that, Chair, and I want to get into this thing of RAF. I think Honorable Neil May has brought it up. This thing of the accounting standards of RAF. I asked a direct question when we met with RAF and the Deputy Minister was here, and I didn't get a response. So, Minister, I want to check, is it legislated anywhere that RAF is a social benefit fund or an insurance? Let's not leave it to interpretation. Can we just say it's legislated here? And if it's not, will then the amendment deal with that? Because that's where the point of contention is. So I just want to know that, because the expectation of RAF from the AG is that they must be audited as an insurance. Where is that legislated in any way? Where is that written that RAF is an insurance fund? So if I can get that, I think I'd be fine. And then another direct question on the issues of SAA, more particular Mango. I also asked a question. I think we were meeting, I'm not sure whether it was the minister when we saw her the first time or what. Are we going to see Mango back on the airline, on the airwaves? Maybe just directly. I'll leave all the technicalities that you guys are explaining and everything else. Is Mango gonna come back and fly again? And if not, what then is the proposal? What is the alternative to Mango? Because our people still need to afford using airplanes and to fly, and Mango was that entity that gave our people affordable airline ticket prices. I think I had one more here. Again, it's back to Transnet. I mean, you are still sitting at an irregular expenditure of over R1 billion and all of that. So I think I've ventilated those issues. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, those were the issues, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Plose, Honorable Nontenja.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start with Transnet. To say the AG highlighted a need for urgent attention and comprehensive review of the financial management and reporting processes to improve the overall financial management. I'd like to know if there is a plan towards addressing that and how soon can that plan be implemented. And my next one says the entity is facing challenges in producing credible financial statements that comply with the IFRS and the PFMA. What could be the reasons for that? And is there a plan to address that as well? The HSA highlighted poor asset management controls in the past 3 years, which means it's 3 repeat findings. The question that arises is there anything that the department is doing to address that? It's 3 years of the same findings. And when we go to SAA, for the past 4 financial years, there's been a repeat findings also there on the non-compliance with the legislation and lack of consequence management, poor contract and procurement management. The list goes on and goes on. The question, Minister, is how are we hoping to rectify the situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nontenja. Honorable Esak.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Morning, colleagues. Here, Chairperson, lots has been said as usual, but I will try and summarize from my side the issues that I would like to raise, Minister. So perhaps, like other colleagues have started with the SAA, I think I'll just go there. Minister, I heard you say, and I did read the correspondence that came through last night, you know, and I heard you say that SAA is debt-free. So obviously, with due respect, it's somewhat difficult to digest that SAA is debt-free. You know, my reasoning is, and I'm sure like many taxpayers out there, is, you know, I mean, how do you know, the financial statements obviously have been outstanding on a continuous basis. And I read somewhere that, of course, the 24 financial statements will be forthcoming. In Arabic, we say, inshallah, and that means by the will of God. So I'm not sure, you know, how now this question is then to Mr. Hanekom. Mr. Hanekom, you know, with the financial statements that are outstanding, how do you then also propose to raise funding in the market when I think banks and institutions first and foremost want to see the liquidity and you know, the true value of your net assets in terms of equity? Now, if the financial statements are not forthcoming, how would the market, you know, assess the net equity within SAA? So that's just something that I'd like you to expand on in terms of your current valuation of assets and liabilities. In terms of Mango, I'm not going to say much. Personally, I don't know if it'll ever get off the ground, but perhaps you want to comment if they truly, is there truly a competitive market in South Africa for Mango? A viable, profitable market? Just a quick answer for you there, from you, they will do good. The question, Minister, I'm not sure, you might be aware or you might have been briefed think Mr. Hanekom knows. There was some 1.1 billion rand that was of SAA funds that were trapped in Zimbabwe. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but I'm confident that my colleague Mr. Hanekom is aware of that. Those 1.1 billion rand worth of funds that were trapped in Zimbabwe, were they recovered? Perhaps somebody can expand on that one. Then the other question is, we've been talking about all these entities. Now, I also know that these entities, state-owned enterprises like we call them, surely at some point in time, with all the guarantees that they receive from the state, with all the bailouts that they receive from the state, surely at some point in time, Minister, there has to be dividends to be paid back to the state for all these investments and obligations. I know it might be a difficult one to answer as comprehensively, but Minister, maybe you want to touch on it. What is the likelihood amongst all the shambles of Transnet, PRASA, SAA, ESCOM? Anyway, on transport, let's talk on the entities that are concentrated on transport, because that falls within your ambit. When do you guesstimate the state might receive some form of dividends for all its commitments? Okay, so on that, now on to Transnet, the famous Transnet. Chairperson, just bear with me, please. It is my understanding, and I've been scribbling some notes as we've been going along and listening to my other esteemed colleagues who are so very anti-privatization. So I respect their views, and likewise I would expect that they respect my views. That's why we're in this thing together. So, it is a fact that Transnet is highly reliant on debt. And the question I want to just understand from you, Minister, once these guarantees of debt begin to expire for Transnet, okay? Or once these debt guarantees are exhausted, what happens if Transnet is then unable to meet its commitments or runs the likelihood of defaulting on its repayments? Now, I raise this question now, Minister, so that it's something we can talk about and preempt and not have to contend with when things go sour. Okay, so I just wanted to mention that point. Then, a few questions on Transnet, if you'd allow me, Chairperson. The irregular expenditure, I think that's been spoken about, so let's not be repetitive. The Marine Services Authority, the turnaround times are not very productive. What is the plan there in terms of Transnet? Then I want to hear your comments.
Through you, Chair. By Marine Services, does he mean TPT?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, that's what I'm implying. Sorry, I should have just put it that way for clarity. And Chairperson, the issue on the Boegebaai project, perhaps you could just expand on that so that the committee is briefed for those individuals that might not understand what I'm even talking about. Okay. Then, I recall the discussion about the rolling stock in terms of the locomotives at Transnet being somewhat dysfunctional. Now, I stand to be corrected here, but I recall, I'm thumb-sucking here, Chair, but I recall something about 1,064 locomotives that were dysfunctional. Am I sounding realistic?
No, so the 1,000 and odd locomotives are the locomotives that for which Transnet access the capital market. So they went to borrow, to buy from China, I think, and they're still not here. If you recall, in the Transnet conversation, we said part of the debt problem is that Transnet is servicing debt for locomotives that are not actually in the country. So that was the issue around the locomotives. And they said there is an additional issue with SARS and an issue with concerning the Reserve Bank that also need resolution. So that was a discussion on it. They were not dysfunctional.
Awesome. Thank you for clearing that up. But I remember the 1064 issue regarding the locomotives. So forgive me for saying dysfunctional, but I recall that discussion and I wanted to know because I thought it's a very sore issue. Then, yeah, the issue on revenue leakages, I think that also was brought up in other questions. The cable theft and how is that being addressed currently, because it's a huge issue. I recall the chief executive also referring to the operating costs and explained that there was an overspend against the operating expenditure of some 252 million. I think you would recall that one. There was this, overspend on unbudgeted personnel costs. I'm not sure if you're with me there. The overspend on personnel. Okay, so...
Sorry, Honourable, just repeat the question again.
The question was that there was an overspend against the operating expenditure, okay? And then, of course, there has been an overspend on unbudgeted personnel costs. That is the question. Then, Chairperson, I'm going to come towards...
So, Honourable Esaka, you mean that part of the over-expenditure concerned unbudgeted for personnel costs? So you're asking why that is, or...
Exactly.
Okay.
And what is being done about that? Yeah. Okay. And then, Chairperson, there's somewhere I had some note again. Hope I'm not out of context. Is there was a D40 fleet that is some 40 years old, and that we needed to do an investment to get a new fleet up and running, if you recall that. This old fleet that has now become dysfunctional. I'm not too sure about it, but I want to...
Fleet of what?
A fleet of locomotives. Can only be that in Transnet. Okay, so... Chairperson, and then in conclusion, yeah, famous, on PRASA, ma'am, there was the issue of the ghost employees, Minister. I'm sure you're well aware of these ghost employees that are still being paid. Again, I think you need to express yourself on that. And then finally, on the road accident fund, there has been comments again. So I won't be repetitive, but I honestly think, with due respect to you, Minister, that you really need to intervene. Seriously, you've tried to sum up in your presentation to us, but the fact that, as colleagues have mentioned, this is the only entity, as I mentioned also, where the PFMA is not implemented. It really doesn't make sense because I find it difficult to comprehend that some 10.7 million rand of taxpayers' money, and I said this last week, some 10.7 million rand of taxpayers' money is being spent on court cases for RAF to be taken the AGSA to court. In fact, it's the only state institution or state entity that I know of that is taking the AGSA to court. And the minister, of course, yes. So it's a difficult one to digest, Minister, but I'd really like, with due respect, that you begin to express yourself and intervene seriously on that matter. Chairperson, you've given me a quality opportunity. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Esak. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Minister, for your presentation. The first questions are about PRASA. On our oversight visit to PRASA, the gentleman who's sitting to your right did his his financial presentation to us while we were there. And there are two very shocking stats that came out. One was that he had to write down the assets, I think in the past year, by over 16 billion rand. And the other is, and I hope I get this figure right, I might actually be undercounting this, but I think you mentioned that it would take some 100 billion, or it might be 160 billion, but I think you mentioned it was about 100 to 160 billion in spending to actually get back what has been lost. So this really is a slightly more detailed question, which my second colleague asked about the consequences that were for the people who made the decision to remove security in 2019. And I'm told the people that did that were actually the board in 2019. So I'm going to ask, what consequences are there for the board in 2019 for having made a decision to remove security for Transnet with no other entity to come in and take over security? Because that obviously opened the door to wholesale looting and theft, which we saw during COVID, and has basically caused a loss to the extent that the gentleman mentioned to us in the presentation, which would cost us 160 billion basically to replace. And
So, Honorable Atkinson, so you said PRASA in the beginning, and then during your question you said Transnet.
Sorry,
I just
PRASA.
want to be sure which one we on.
I'm totally on PRASA at the moment. Sorry if I said Transnet, yeah. So it's a shocking amount, basically, that we're looking at having to spend to get us back just to where we were. You know, and we could see what advances had been made when we went on the rail line from Naledi into Johannesburg. So those new trains look great, and there's been a great effort to turn things around and to rebuild stations. But the sad thing is, if we hadn't have had all these losses, we could be so much further ahead than we actually are at the moment. So my question really is around consequence management, and the finger does seem to be pointed to the board of 2019 who made that decision. And what consequences are we going to have against that board for taking a decision without someone basically to step in? And the second, I think, was on the Transnet issue. You mentioned the fact that there had been no real development of the rail network since the 1970s. And I just want to ask you if there are any plans going forward for development of the rail network. And then on to the issue of the Road Accident Fund. My colleagues here were very exercised by the fact that lawyers seem to be making money out of the Road Accident Fund. And unfortunately, that's a consequence of the fact that it's very difficult for what could be termed as poor people making claims in their own right. And Minister, I would urge you to go and attempt to fill out the online form to make a claim through RAF, which I think anyone in this room would really, really battle with. And the question is, how can we expect poor people in South Africa who want to make a claim without a lawyer to be able to make a claim in these circumstances? So while we might criticize lawyers for making a profit out of RAF, there seems to be no other option for a poor person than to use a lawyer on a contingency basis, where the lawyer will take on an action for no cost, but will take a percentage of anything that might come out of it. So I would urge you to actually try and go online and fill out that form with RAF. And the second thing is to answer a question I think one of our colleagues mentioned about whether it's written anywhere in law, whether it's a social welfare fund or a reinsurance fund. And maybe the answer to that would be no social welfare fund would actually be purchasing reinsurance, which I believe RAF does. So that, in the end, actually puts that to bed as far as I'm concerned. And then lastly, around South African Airways, and very much in line with Honourable Esak's question about the money in Zimbabwe, and I know this might be old history, but what did happen to that money that we got for the sale of the landing rights at Heathrow for the Cape Town to Heathrow route? Because I remember there's quite a considerable amount of money came back to SAA when that was sold. And then secondly, SAA does seem to be on a little bit of a growth spurt. I mean, we see them opening routes to Australia and to Brazil, and they're talking about flying to a number of other places. Obviously, you can't only do that with 2 international planes. So there's going to be there really will be a need for an expansion of the fleet. And when I flew through Johannesburg the other day, I saw a large Iberia Airbus there, which has been repainted, which I presume might be coming into the SAA fleet. So how are we going to fund that? Or how are the purchases of new aircraft going to be funded? Because we certainly can't do it based on what we've got at the moment. And then also the issue that was, I know back at the end of the last decade under President Zuma, there was discussions with Emirates about Emirates taking a large stake in South African Airways. Is there anything going on at the moment? Is there any airline showing an interest in South African Airways at all? And then just lastly, a comment with regards to our colleagues about privatization. We tend to base our plans and our policies on evidence and science, not on emotion and the attachment to policies that have failed. And I think a very good example of why government should not be in the business of running airlines is based on the experience of British Airways, which was a state-owned airline until the middle 1980s, and since going private is one of the largest airlines in the world, largest and most successful airlines in the world. And this actually does have an impact on South Africans, because one of the most profitable international routes in the world is Johannesburg to London. And at the moment, the state-owned South African Airways cannot offer you a seat, whereas two privately owned British airlines can, being Virgin and British Airways. So if that's an example of how successful a privately owned airline can be versus a not so successful state-owned airline, there you have the science and the evidence. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Minister who's here today and the executives of the different entities. Indeed, I'm going to start with the correspondence which I was sent yesterday night, and in fact, there was this issue of REF. The issue of REF, I'm going to start there, and I'm not going to mince my word again about it. There's no law which prohibits REF to take a decision to take HGSA to court. I want to make it clearly on that. There's nothing wrong with that, unless somebody has created his own laws in this country, which says HGSA is an alpha and omega institution. No one can question AXA. We can question any court, any magistrate, any judge in this country. The Constitution allows us to do that. Unless there's a law which is hidden somewhere, which says, no ways, you can't take this institution to court. This institution is above reproach. Unless, Minister, somebody says that to some of us, to say there's this institution which are untouchable, like HGSA. The Auditor General is not alpha and omega. Neither the SCA. We are told there's an apex court, a constitutional court, which all these matters has to go to if you are not happy. And the law allows that. The CEO, your CEO was here. He told us, and no one said anything different from what he told us, that he saved 24 billion, which was supposed to be paid to lawyers. And some of the lawyers were here. They were sitting at the back here. They approached us and said, but why are we against the issue that REF is paying lawyers money? They are claiming 25% of the victims' money. I mean, this issue of the victims being paid can be simplified by REF. They can come up with a one-pager or a two-pager. It should not be complicated and need litigation and need lawyers. If for poor people we are serious about saving the poor in this country, that can be done. And I'm not saying PMFA should not be followed. And no one said so in this COCO committee. But for people to catch feelings about 10 million so-called lawyers' fees, and I can tell you, you know why people are quoting feelings? Because that money was paid to a black firm, a law firm. If it was Waxman, there won't be any issues here. I'm going to come to that 400 million which was paid to Weber and Waxman. There's no issues about that. But here on REF, we are talking about 10 million. When the institution saved 24 billion rand in 4 years. Right? Let me go to PRASA. The PRASA issue as we speak here, Minister, PRASA took the matter to court. This issue of the locomotives is before court because PRASA asked for an independent engineer to determine whether it was value for money for them to pay Siangena. And unfortunately, the report from that independent engineer, which PRASA asked for and went to court in the High Court in Pretoria, the North High Court, the report was very clear that the money was value, the work which was done by Siangena was value for money. In fact, they're underpriced. Instead of charging 5+ billion rand, they charged 2.4 billion or so. Now, the system which was used, they call so speed gates. When you go into a station, there's this so-called speed gates. My colleagues who went there, I think they were demonstrated about what speed gate is, which ISAMS was where the project manager on that. And Siangena technology. Forget about this media thing. We are not on Twitter here. The good thing is that we are not on Twitter where people are talking anything they want to talk there. Talking facts. The engineer said the system was world class. The unit cost of that was supposed to be 5.5 million, but they charged 4.7 million rand. And I'm not sure whether if they pursue this, minister have a contingency plan to pay if this matter is going to end up in the highest court in the land. The state capture report, in fact, I'm not a proponent of the state capture because, it's for a particular elite group who are using that thing of state capture. We can debate that until tomorrow. As well, almost 11 review, this thing is on a review in the High Court. There's 11 people who took that. So for me, in fact, it's not binding. The report from the independent engineer proves that, I'm going to repeat that for the last time, that that contract was value for money. In fact, as we speak here, PRASA went to court to ask the court to grant them for them to get those remaining locomotives. They want to use part of those locomotives. As we speak here, that issue of all trains was a gossip. They driven that narrative through the media, misleading the public, because they wanted us to believe about this state capture. They are using them as we speak now. As we speak here, they are using those so-called toll trains. And I'm not sure why the SIU went for the second proclamation from the president. They're asking that. Because the same PRASA is in court. They want to use those locomotives. I want my last question on PRASA. You remember, Minister, that there's a Kikibela which is 30%, which is supposed to be paid to the workers as well who are part of that ubumbano. I'm not sure when did they last time were paid the dividends in the last 4 years, if you have that report, because they were supposed to be paid that money. Back to now to Transnet. I'll be quick, Chair. And just for me not to forget that, the SCA has granted the Road Accident Fund a leave to appeal in the High Court. For that High Court ruling, claims by that the illegal foreigners must be paid. I'm sorry to just go back there before I forget. Now I'm on PRASA.
PRASA or Transnet, I think you said you're moving to Transnet.
Oh, Transnet. Yeah, you know, this thing are too many, Chair, you know? Given that the management only achieved 28% of the targets, what makes the minister to believe that there will be they can achieve the 190 million rand, the 190 million tons of 2025, 2026? As from 30 September 2024, what is the tonnage trend for the first 6 months? When you analyze what will be the tonnage in 2024, 2025, Transnet bought new cranes with twin lifts capacity in 2014, which can last for 20 years. 20 years. In fact, it's not even 20, it's 30 years. They were bought in 2014. It is not the cranes that are a problem. Is that Transnet has given people voluntary severance package who have the experience of how to run Transnet and who've got the expertise. They are out of the system. And they're in South Africa here. Now, the National Treasurer, which was something which I don't have an adjective, but let me say this quickly. It has exempted Transnet to report on irregular and wasteful and fruitless expenditure by the Minister Kodongwana. For me, the minister has reversed this unwarranted state of affairs. As I'm asking to reverse this state of affairs. How do you do that when there's a criminal conduct and we are aware of? The group CEO, as we speak now, I think it's misleading to say he acted from August 2023, and so I'm not sure. And I'm not accepting that they alleged that she was there, before 2023, but we are told he's being appointed now in 2024. She was an executive, sitting on the executive committee of Transnet as a CEO of pipelines. So there's nothing new on that. My last one now will be I think now I have to come to SAA, am I right? I think that will be the last one. In fact, in all these state institutions, which used to be a part and parcel of the Department of Public Enterprise, the person who messed up this was Pravin Kokodan. I'm not going to mince my weight on that. And if I have to talk about Mandela, there's nothing which prevents me of talking about Pravin. I know some people are catching feelings. Mandela went to Carlton Center with Gavin Reilly when he announced Mandela to say you are no longer nationalizing the mines. After Harry Oppenheimer bought that Carlton Center shares. But that's another story for another day. We are in this because of Pravin Gordhan and Coleman Andrews, who sold our fleet in this country, and no consequences. The guy is sitting at home with our money. He sold our fleet, and what happened is that we have to lease those fleet back. SAA used to be one of the best run airlines in the country. But Colin Andrews put us where we are today. And what happened for SAA to be in all these other institutions, the person who was responsible, who was overseeing this institution, unfortunately, it was supposed to be operational matters. I can see people are asking you to get involved on operational matters of the institution. I'll caution the minister, be careful, don't burn your fingers. Otherwise, it will be the next Pravin Kokodan. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana. So, Honorable Minister, we're going to do this. It's been 2 hours that we've been here. Can we take a body break? it's now 11:02. Can we come back at 11:15? And then we will start with responses from the minister and the entities that she's with. Yes, that's okay? Thank you very much. We adjourn.
Constituency yakhe ne ulerugine kamkhulu
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine.
ndabaza kuxoxa abakhali bakhula privatization bayifuna but not coincidentally bonke abantu bebala bathi ayikhazi
Guys are living, they are confused.
It's just too much.
funding and the private
Honorable members and colleagues, let us resume. So, Minister, I will hand back to you. I'm assuming that you'll get some of your colleagues to deal with some of the questions, but we'll leave that up to you. If you can go through the questions in the sequence that we had, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much to all the honourable members for all of the questions that have been asked. And some of the questions are quite operational, and I will give an opportunity to the CFOs who are here to respond to some of the detail. But let me deal with some of the broad issues. So I think the first, and Chair, I'm not going to go through each and every question because I think there were clusters of issues, and I will address myself to the cluster of issues. So I think the first set of issues relates to the Road Accident Fund. And let me say, for clarity on my position as the shareholder, that we have something called the Accounting Standards Board. If you wish to change the accounting standards that you use, the board must agree to those accounting standards. So there's no problem in principle with RAF approaching the Accounting Standards Board and saying, in our view, we want to use these accounting standards, not those accounting standards. And should they get that permission, that's fine. The issue at stake here is they do not have that permission, and this has resulted in ongoing litigation between themselves and the Auditor General. Of course, there was a question about precedent with taking the Auditor General to court. Yes, the DA government in the Western Cape took the Auditor General to court and won. I think it was around 2012, 2013, and the issue there was the question of whether or not welfare organizations that receive subsidies from the department should be regarded as service providers, where they are providing in-house care and so on and so forth. So, yes, there is precedent, and the Democratic Alliance set that precedent. I think that what we're dealing with in the RAF situation is we've now lost the third court case. So the question is not whether we should have taken it in the first place, but the question is, should we go on with this litigation? And my view is we should not. And I guess I'm the shareholder. And when other parties win elections and they are shareholders, they will make other decisions. And that's democracy. Where I think we all agree is there is a necessity for urgent legislative reform. And that necessity is that we can't have situations where people's access to lawyers determines the extent to which they do and don't benefit from the fund. Because if I get 500 million for my road accident, it can mean that if someone else were to have a road accident, there might not be money left in the fund. And we have to protect the state from the contingent liability. So I don't think that any of us disagree on that issue. On the issue of whether or not foreign nationals should benefit from the fund, I suppose that is a taxation issue, because the way the taxation works on this particular fund is that you pay a fuel levy. So if you're buying fuel and you are driving in South Africa, I guess you're entitled, by virtue of the fact that you're paying tax, you're entitled to be compensated. But the real question is whether or not we should be putting a limit on the benefits. And my view is that we do need to have a scale of benefits, and we do need to be putting that limit on the scale of benefits. I also think that having a no-fault inclusion in the legislation would really mean that it wouldn't be such an appetizing playground for those who might be in the legal profession. Let's come to SAA. So obviously, I understand the concerns that everybody has with regard to seeing the financial statements so that they have proof of the statement that we're not in debt. There was a question about, do we need an equity partner or do we need a loan? I think that there's a difference between the loan and the equity partner issue. The loan is a small facility so that we can deal with black swan events. If there were to be a bird strike, if there were to be a shutdown because of another pandemic, that I think is what the small loan facility is about. With what somebody mentioned, I think it was Honourable Kubeka, wanted to know when will the airline get back to its former glory? And I think the answer is that we need a capital injection for the airline to get back to its former glory. The issue that we will look at in due course, and we can't look at it now because, as has been pointed out, we haven't concluded the financials. But I think that what we're saying is that we need an equity injection. If a development finance institution wanted to give us that, wanted to take equity, that I think would be a good solution. We have that solution in AXA, where the PRC owns equity. Let's see when the time comes whether the prospects are appetizing for a development finance institution. For me, this is not a principal issue, it's a pragmatic, it's a pragmatic issue. And let's see whether there is that appetite. I certainly would have no objection if we can find a development finance institution that would want to take equity. Now, there were a whole lot of issues that honourable members raised with regard to investigations in PRASA and Transnet. My understanding, Chair, is that these matters were extensively aired in previous meetings of this committee, including that you had briefings from the SIU and so on. So I think one wouldn't really want to go there, but the CFOs are here. You will guide how much detail you would like to have on that matter.
Minister, I think if you can switch off your mic so that the sound can go through. I think what's important is that you express your view and general attitude on these investigations and what you believe you should be doing from an executive oversight perspective, because ultimately it is you who accounts to the committee primarily, not the officials. Thank you.
So I think that what I would say to the boards of the entities is that where there are allegations of malpractice and where there's prima facie evidence of malpractice, those matters must be investigated. And once we have recommendations, the recommendations must be implemented. And where there are, one of the things, and I haven't had time to do this yet, Chair, but one of the things I will do, because I've done this in previous positions that I have held, is I've done an audit of all investigations and all recommendations, and I've asked for a report from the entities. What investigations have you done? What recommendations did you receive? What have you done about those recommendations? So maybe the CFOs can take that message back and start to prepare that audit. Because if an investigation says you must take consequence management against X, Y, and Z, you must explain whether you did, whether you didn't, and why. So that is my general approach to that. And with regard to the SIU investigations, we will cooperate with those investigations, and when we get relevant recommendations, we will implement those relevant recommendations. Let me just say to honourable members what my broad approach to these entities are. My broad approach is that we could spend a lot of time debating at an ideological level who broke them. The question is who's going to fix them? Because honourable members many of you have laid out why it's important these entities are fixed. I think honourable members have spoken about the importance of Transnet, the importance of PRASA. There's no debate about the importance of these organizations. For better or for worse, at the moment, I have responsibility to fix them. And one thing I've learned about being in executive office, this is, I think it is my 21st year in executive office, is that political terms are short. And you have to take a decision. Do you want to face forwards or backwards? My preference is to face forwards. And in facing forwards, I have to ask myself the question, how are we going to fix the situation? Of course, as I've already explained, where it's necessary to conduct audits of investigations and to make sure there's consequence management, that will happen. But my focus is on facing forwards. Now, the question we face with regard to Transnet is the liquidity issue, which honourable members have pointed to. And I think that we are not children here. We can all agree that the liquidity issue is difficult. Last year, for the first time, we would have had a surplus had we not lost the court case. So I think that, and you know, having said that, there can also be other black swan events that can affect this year. Because what one understands is that these entities are complex and they have complex problems that come back to haunt them. But I think if we look at the situation outside of the court case, we can see that we were moving in the general correct direction. The question is, where do we get money to invest? So the first place that we're getting money to invest is from the loan facility that National Treasury has given us. And I've explained how we are being very careful about drawing that down, because we want to make sure that we can balance income and expenditure. The second place that we will get income is from third-party operators. In my view, this is not privatization, and I am opposed to privatization of either Transnet or PRASA. My view is that the network must remain state-owned. And the reason for that is that these entities have a developmental function in our country. The extent to which we take private sector investment must be balanced by evidence. And that evidence must be related to the extent to which such investment will help us to recover or not. At the moment, we don't realize the revenue from the operation of our infrastructure. Were we to have additional operators, we would be able to recognize that revenue, and it would help us. Honourable members have spoken about the problems with regard to the locos that were purchased from China Rail. I may not have the exact figures, but I think of those 1,000 plus, we took delivery of about 200. And many of those 200 require spares. We now have a contract to receive the spares, and Transnet Engineering is involved in repairing those locos. But indeed, it is true that we do not have the benefit of the other 800, and we need additional locos. And in our view, that is where third-party operators can assist. And we will get revenue from the existence of those third-party operators, and they obviously would be able to bring the necessary locos to the table. Now, on the question of PRASA's ICT systems, I think the point is that there have been ongoing weaknesses in this area. The board has asked me permission to set up an ICT subcommittee that would be advising the organization on this matter. I have said that they can set up this ICT subcommittee, but there has to be protection for the organization. So those who serve on that subcommittee can't be current contractors of PRASA. Those who serve on that committee will have to have a cooling off period before they become future contractors to PRASA. Because I think what we understand is that there's a major ICT revolution taking place in the transport sector. And what we've got to make sure is that those who might be giving advice are not giving self-interested advice. So whether PRASA will have sorted out all their ICT issues by February, I can't say. What I can say as the shareholder is I will be monitoring whether they're sorting out their issues. And if they've given you that understanding, they're going to have to come and explain to you why they can't do it and why they made a commitment that they can't honor if that situation should turn out to be the case. On the question of PRASA's unverified employees, that process of verification is in motion. Let's allow it to conclude. Then we will know whether there were ghosts or whether there weren't ghosts. But I think that when an organization has not been, has been through a period where it hasn't been as well run as it should have been, it's not a bad idea to verify who works for them. And then we will all be convinced one way or the other as to whether or not there are ghost employees. Let me just say that I think that the issue of skills has been raised with regard to Transnet and also with regard to SAA. I'm not in support of generalized voluntary severance agreements. I think that if an organization decides to have voluntary severance agreements, there must be categories of workers that are not included in those agreements, because it is very important to maintain skills. Obviously, in the SAA situation, I think you've already heard about the way the business rescue practitioners are behaving in relation to Mango. You would understand that in a situation where the staff of SAA was cut by 75%, that the business rescue practitioners were merciless. And I suppose that what we all want to avoid is a state-owned entity ever having to go into business rescue again, because the consequences for the future of that entity are significant. The consequences for the individuals who work there are extremely dire. And that's why we've got to be so careful with the way in which we manage Transnet and PRASA going forward, because we want to avoid that business rescue situation. I'm sure that SAA will tell you that they do still have a variety of skills, but obviously as the entity expands its operation, there will be opportunities to take on new people and to take on new skills. Let me say on the cranes, Honorable Skosana, you talked about the cranes. You see, the whole problem with what went on, and I mean, we all agree that 2017-18 financial year was when PRASA achieved the highest freight transportation targets. We also
PRASA or Transnet, Minister?
Sorry, Transnet. Now
Yep.
I'm becoming like everybody else and mixing them up. I'm sorry. Transnet achieved the highest freight transportation targets of 220 million tons. And what we've got to understand, and that there was this profit of 5 million billion made. The question is, were we ensuring in that process that we were doing adequate maintenance? And the current sad story tells us that we were not doing adequate maintenance, and that we were moving cash up from the bottom line to the top line to reflect a profit. And one of the issues that I have raised with the Transnet board is that the objectives for executives have got to be tons, not money. Because in entities, you can always play around with money and move it up and down so that you show profits. But tons are not so easy to reflect when they don't happen. So the problem with the new cranes we bought was that they didn't have their midlife refurbishment, and there were no OEM contracts for parts. And so we have a situation where these cranes in all of the harbors are dysfunctional. And the same thing applies to the straddles that must service the cranes. That's why we've had to bring in haulers to do the work that the straddles should be doing. So these are issues that we're trying to fix, because 20 crane moves an hour, an average of 20 crane moves an hour is, or less, is way below the world benchmark. And I think we all know some of the issues that have come about in recent assessments of our ports, that they're number 300 and something and 400. And that's because of this particular problem. Honourable Majini, you asked whether the borrowing was for OPEX or CAPEX in Transnet. It is for CAPEX. We fully agree with you. We can't borrow for OPEX. I mean, that's a recipe for disaster. Honourable Notenji, you wanted, Honourable Skosana, you wanted the complete financial plan. I think that's something that we will have to ask the board to give you. It's not something I can give you today. But I think I've spoken about the fact that we are fully cognizant that the situation is complicated and that we are going to have to be very careful on the way in which we use the borrowing facility. Boegoebaai. So, Boegoebaai is a small harbour or in the Northern Cape. It's intended to be an export point for green steel and green hydrogen in the future. There has been preliminary feasibility studies have been done on that project. Transnet recently received some money through the JET IP, and there will be further feasibility studies will be done as well as purchase of the land. And I think that this is an interesting project which has the possibility of allowing our country to benefit from the green energy transition. One of the fundamental issues for the transport sector in reducing greenhouse gas emissions is what kind of green fuel, liquid fuel, will you have in the future? Because you can't run aeroplanes and ships and long-distance trucks on solar panels. And you need a green liquid fuel. I think one of the interesting examples is the fact that Sasol has this Fischer-Tropsch technology that allows you to convert carbon into a liquid fuel. And that intellectual IP, which is South African owned, is the basis on which we think we could develop a green hydrogen industry. So that is what the Boegoebaai project is all about. So you asked the question, what if Transnet can't meet its commitments? Well, Transnet has to meet its commitments. And I think that's where we require third-party participation so that we can improve investment in the state-owned infrastructure and in state-owned operations. And our department is currently setting up the PSP unit together with the Development Bank, and there will be clear rules that will guide that, and I think that it's something that should help us over the longer term. Cable theft is a huge issue. I'm sure if the committee visited PRASA, you would have seen the new cabling that we're installing in PRASA that has a dramatic, I think it's got only 10% of the previous copper content, and that obviously is intended to reduce theft. There's also various IT installations that are being considered so that if somebody touches the wires and tries to cut them, it would alert the security. I must say that PRASA's current security contract is very good. They've managed to reduce theft and vandalism by about 75%. Cable theft remains a big issue in Transnet. Transnet is about to appoint a new security contract, and I think we very much hope that it will have similar good benefits that the PRASA contract has had. Transnet Engineering is looking at refurbishing locos. Firstly, the China Rail locos. I've explained already about that we're getting the OEM parts, but we're also looking at refurbishing some of the existing locos that we have through Transnet Engineering. And I think that we do hope that that will be a successful project. Honourable Atkinson, the development plans for the rail network are really all about the future expansion. But I don't think one really wants to go into that today. I think we have to wait for the rail master plan. But you would know that there have been commitments with regard to high-speed rail, which would be passenger rail over a longer distance. Obviously, there is interest in rapid rail in urban areas. The National Rail Strategy allows for the development of a devolution policy. That policy is in the process of formulation. I know that it is of great interest to provinces. And I suppose the question that we have to be looking at there is the extent to which there is finance and population that would allow that to be viable. What I'm not going to do is to create 10 PRASAs, so which I fund. I've got one PRASA, and I'm very happy with it. So there was a question about my confidence in the leadership of these entities. Chair, I want to say to you that I have confidence in the leadership of Transnet, in the leadership of PRASA, and in the leadership of SAA. When I said to you that I want to look forwards, one of the things that I think that forward-looking requires is stability in the entities. I think that shuffling the deck chairs is never a good strategy. Of course, anybody who you employ for any job will have areas of strength and areas of weakness. I think what we've got to do is we've got to look at the team, and we've got to look at whether those strengths and weaknesses are complementary, and we've got to try and create an environment of certainty and stability so that these entities can perform. And that is my approach, is to give these entities security, stability, and confidence so that they can deliver on the important mandate that the South African public has given them. On Gibela, no, the dividends have not been paid. Transnet, their tonnage is not where we want it. It's for the first 6 months, it's somewhere in the region of 152 to 154 million tons. Those are unverified, unaudited figures. But what I was saying is, since we've set up the war room, we are managing to get the average tons up. dealt with the cranes. Yeah, the Transnet issue on fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure, this is the last year. So from next year, it will be business as usual, and then we will be able to judge whether the improvement plan has worked or not worked. But I think if you look at the figures, you can see that there has been a significant reduction in both irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in Transnet. Chair, let me just conclude by apologizing to those who received a document with many page twos. In my office, they know that if they don't put page numbers on things, there's drama. My document is nicely numbered, page 1 to 10. I'm not sure what, it must have been one of those PRASA gremlins that got in and created all page twos. Let me apologize for that. Let me pause there. Would you like to, could I invite the entities?
Yes, please, to deal with the rest of the...
All right.
Yeah.
Shall we start with SAA? Being the portion you haven't yet had a chance to fry as much as you fried the others.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Minister. Of course, the Minister has touched on SAA-related issues. There was a question on Mango and the issue of affordable flights. I think to some extent we've addressed the Mango issue in that it is under business rescue. However, one has to understand that it didn't just go under business rescue for the sake of it. It crumbled. And so it may have been providing affordable flights for a period, but it was unsustainable. And it was running at a loss, a serious loss. So I think the big issue is always, do you simply provide affordable flights irrespective of whether it's sustainable and running it and covering its own expenses, in which case if you do that, you have to, there's only one other source, and that is the Treasury. You have to use taxpayers' money to do that. At the moment, it's not for us to say whether Mango will come back onto the market, because it's in the hands of the business rescue practitioner, who seems to be confident that there is a potential buyer of Mango. What's happened, honourable members, over the last period is that the domestic market has become highly competitive, which is a good thing for on the pricing side. So we have a number of very active airlines on the domestic market. And SAA is in the process of recovery and emerging. But during this period, Airlink and Fly Saf Air and Airlift, they all entered the market, and they're there. SAA could well, over a period, provide more domestic flights. But as we stand, there is a competitive domestic market where SAA, honourable members, has a serious advantage, is the kind of aircraft we have, the kind of expertise we have, the branding that we have, and it's on the regional flights and the intercontinental flights. As you've already heard, on the intercontinental front, and this is part of the growth path that we're on at the moment. Last year, in October last year, the Sao Paulo flight, both to Johannesburg and to Cape Town, was introduced. Then in April this year, the direct flight to Perth was introduced. So we are on a sort of an expansion path. The question was asked by one of the honourable members, and how are you going to fund? What is your expansion path? Well, that expansion path, which had to be adjusted, I'm going to touch on privatization, although it's not an SAA specific question, but the general question, the general issue pertaining to whether to privatize, whether investment is tantamount to privatization, etc. But for the moment, let's just say that the plans had to be adjusted when the 3 billion rand promised by Takatsu, if you like, that investment, when it fell through. I'm not going to go into whether it was a good decision to go for that investment initially, or that share equity partner, but I think it's important for us to understand that SAA had gone into business rescue. And in securing a share equity partner, it was saved from going into liquidation under Minister Praveen Gordhan. Not trying to protect any minister or trying to project any minister positively, but this is the truth. This is what happened. So it was able to get out of business rescue. And it came out of business rescue in September 2021. And so it's only been out of business rescue for effectively 3 years. And when it came out of business rescue, it was a seriously weakened airline. There's been steady growth. I referred to it. I don't want to repeat myself. Can I just say that, and that there is value in response to this question, why not just privatize? There is real potential value in having a national carrier. I don't want to go into all of the arguments because we don't necessarily have time to do so. But there's no, at this stage, as I understand it, the issue of bringing in a share equity partner is the prerogative of the shareholder. So but the fact of the matter is, if we are going to expand the way honourable members would like to see us expand, we will need a cash injection. Question is, where does the cash injection come from? As I understand it, there's no at this stage, there's no question of privatizing. We are not in the situation we found ourselves in when we were under business rescue, or when we just came out of business rescue. There is a clear distinction between privatizing and getting investment. Qatar has just invested in one of our domestic airlines. They've just taken a 25% share. And, you know, it was to the benefit of that airline. So I think our responsibility, under the guidance of the shareholder, is to do what's best for our country, what's best for our economy, and in this specific case, what's best for the airline. So, you know, there's no question of privatization, if you like. I don't believe it's being debated at this stage. But at this stage, there's a common understanding that, you know, if we're going to grow as much as we would like to grow, there will have to be some kind of investment. So where are we today? At the moment, we are flying about 16 aircraft. By next year, of course, as we add new routes, we will need additional aircraft. The aircraft that will be acquired, that we are in the process of acquiring, will bring us to 21 aircraft next year. And but those 21 aircraft being part of the aircraft that we currently have, and then aircraft that are still to be leased. We are growing, including growing our fleet in accordance with the kind of routes that the expansion in our routes and our network. We're not just acquiring aircraft. We do these two things simultaneously. Yeah, I think the minister's answered the question of bringing SAA back to its former glory. It's the only way we would be able to do that is with serious investment in the airline. Whether it's investment from whatever source it might be, whether it's from a DFI or whether it's from the state or whether it's from a private investor, the only way we could possibly bring the SAA back to its former glory. It should be borne in mind, honourable members, that the former glory was a little bit misleading. So, you know, you can have a big airline, but when you, year after year, you're showing a loss, it becomes an accumulated loss, and who takes on the burden of that loss? The taxpayer. And, you know, so there'd be serious and legitimate questions about whether the taxpayer would want to continue financing an airline. So it's a valid question. The issue of skills requirements, I think the Minister has largely answered that, but we will bring in additional skills as we grow. And we're not having difficulty with that. Of course, obviously, when going into state rescue, into business rescue, you know, we lost a lot of skills. At the moment, it's not a constraint. It's not a constraint on the further growth of the airline. I want to give honourable members an assurance of that. The on the Zimbabwe fund, the honourable members is perfectly correct. There is what we call a legacy debt, and if with your permission, Chairperson, you know, we've been in serious contact with the Zimbabwean government. 1.1 billion rand is not a small amount of money, and it's not been easy. But I'm not in a position to give you the detail of where we are with it now. But our CFO is here. If you would allow the CFO just to attend to that matter of the.
Yes, please. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, honourable members. Yeah, just to address.
Can you move closer in your direction?
Is that better? Yes. So yes, there is essentially it's $59.1 billion US dollars that is trapped within Zimbabwe.
Million, you mean?
Million, sorry,
yeah.
Which is close to R1 billion. So, yeah, close to R1 billion. So, as our chair has indicated, we have been in intense negotiations back and forth with the government of Zimbabwe and their Reserve Bank and various, we've looked at all the options, or many options, in order to be able to get those funds repatriated. We have not been that successful. However, in May, we did receive another document from the Zimbabwe government. They acknowledged the amount that is held there, that it is SAA's money. They had put forward one could call it a payment plan or repatriation plan, where they indicated of the $59 million, 9 million would be set aside for utilization in country, which is acceptable to us because we do have costs, you know, and we have expenses which are in country. So by being able to utilize that money, we don't have to fund it from our cash within South Africa. The remaining $50 million, they indicated a payment plan at amount of $1 million per quarter. Now, that is a very long payment plan. That, to date, we have not yet received funds. We did receive an indication that the first payment was to be made, but there's, you know, in our interactions with them, they're struggling with currency. So that's where we are with that. So that amount was fully impaired in 2019. So it has been impaired. Unfortunately, as we've always indicated, it would be a great bonus to SAA if we will be able to release those funds as soon as possible. But at the moment, the prognosis is we'll be able to use the $9 million in country, and we are already since July. But the $50 million, that is a situation which is going to take a lot of time to be able to release, and we're still waiting on the first payment. If that's.
Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Anagom, can I ask, Minister, I mean, this obviously becomes something that also should fall in the area of diplomatic relations. Either they want to pay us the money or they don't. It seems astonishing to me that they appear to have chosen what the payment terms are, what the repayment period is going to be, which portion they're going to retain in Zimbabwe, and I don't hear that there is a guarantee in any event that we will get paid at all, which would suggest to me that we then need to move on to the next step, which is attachment of assets, because either we get that money or we don't. It's been going on for a long time.
Chair, I will ask the board to elevate this matter to me with the full history so that we can consider whether there should be diplomatic or punitive remedies. But one would need the whole history. Thank you. It has not been elevated to me at this stage.
Chair, sorry, I raised the question on that. Is there an interest factor also coupled to that? Maybe the CFO could enlighten us. Thank you.
Sure. Can we let Mr. Hanekom complete the questions? Maybe because he might deal with some of the issues.
Thanks, Chair. Well, of course we will elevate it. We had done it with the previous minister, but we can't expect the current minister, with all of the responsibilities that she has, to have been able to deal with all of the matters in front of her. But one step at a time. I think the most urgent matters have to be dealt with first. But the negotiations with the Zimbabwe government have been going on. And of course, as the minister has indicated, I think the escalation is a good thing. It had been done previously, but it will be done once again. On the landing rights, I think, Honourable Member, you raised the landing rights. We did have 3 slots at Heathrow, and actually, even when SAA was in its heyday, only one slot, a pair of landing slots, was utilised. So this sale of this landing slot happened quite a long time ago, I think 2013, if I'm not mistaken. We currently have 2 landing slots, 2 pairs of landing slots in Heathrow, one of which is leased to British Airlines and one of which is leased to Qatar. This has to be a consideration, and this is a discussion we will have with the shareholder, is the possibility of monetizing it, of taking one of the slots at least. As I said, even when we were flying, when we had many routes, many flights to London, we were only using one of these landing slots. So the possible disposal of one of the landing slots would obviously be a useful capital injection in the enterprise. But this is something that we will engage with the minister. It's a consideration. It's a consideration. The landing slot that the lease to Qatar expires at the end of March. So it's bringing in revenue, but the real question is, will the realization of the capital that is held there bring us greater value? And at the moment, what appears to be, that capital injection that could come from a sale of one of the slots and then translated into the purchase of additional aircraft and enabling us to do more flights would have greater value than the rental achieved from the leasing of the current landing slot. On the audits, and I think, and I say this in all humility, I mean, we came in as an interim board about 17 months ago. Chairperson, we found a situation there where, given the period that the airline had gone through, there was a serious backlog in submission of audited statements. I'm going to ask again, with your permission, the chairperson of our Audit, Risk and Governance Committee, Fatima Ghani, is here, and she was the one who tabled these audited statements. If she can just give you an update on where we are with our audited statements. 4 of them were presented, 4 outstanding ones. We're waiting for we have completed the 22-23, and we're simply waiting for our AGM before they can be made public. And then the 23-24, as earlier indicated, the AG has indicated that they will have that audited by February. Could I ask?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, the Minister, my chairperson of the board, and fellow members. With respect to the audit, even before the company went into business rescue, from 2018, those financials were not audited due to the going concern status. So when we came in as an interim board, we had a backlog of financials as the chair of the Audit Governance and Risk Committee that we needed to work through. And I know one of the members raised accountability over these audits not happening. But during a business rescue process, there are certain moratoriums that are in place, like legal moratoriums where you can't have any litigation. The other one is the audits. And the reason why these moratoriums are in place is to enable the business rescue practitioners to really concentrate and work on delivering their business rescue plan and be focused on it, as opposed to concentrating on an audit and having these financials delivered. Rightfully or wrongfully, it's what the situation is. So we've worked through the 2018 financials, and we have brought them. In fact, yesterday we recommended to the board for approval the 2022-23 financials. And the most current ones being the 23-24 are with the Auditor General, and we anticipate them being signed off by February. There are disclaimed opinions, and one of the members raised, the skills drain that the company had went through when it went through BR. And the reason why there are disclaimers primarily is the lack of information that's available for the auditors. I mean, if you're looking from 2018 to 2024, trying to audit retrospectively, there is the lack of information, record keeping, as well as employees who had a lot of institutional knowledge who are no longer in the business to continue to give that continuity to the auditors. But what we put in immediately, the moment we signed off those first set of financials, is we put a health plan in place. And we're holding management accountable to that health plan, which comes to the audit committee every time we meet to say, these were the audit findings. And you will see when you look at the reports that there are less audit findings. So that means there's an improvement, even though there's still a disclaimer. And we hope to get into a position where we will eventually be qualified and then an emphasis of matter, and hopefully at one stage unqualified. The other question that we asked the AG yesterday is how long will the disclaimer last, knowing that the opening balances are always questionable because of the lack of information. And so it's a work in progress, I think that another thing that I just want to highlight is if you look at the audits year on year, you're not going to see an improvement immediately because these audits have been happening back to back. So you have to allow the management team to make the investments either in the systems, the people, in order to see the improvement. But if you are going from 2018 sign-off, 2019 sign-off, 2020 sign-off, you're going to have more or less similar findings because that time to invest in your organization hasn't as yet occurred. So we look forward to a 23-24 much better outcome, but definitely an improved outcome in 24-25. Thank you.
So in conclusion, Chairperson, we believe in the airline. We believe in the potential of the airline, passionately, actually. So, and there's no doubt that we are on a growth path. We believe it's a sustainable, careful growth path. But to indicate, Chairperson, some of the value of having a national airline which then embarks on routes and connects countries directly, I'm going to give you a sense of its value. Let's take the Sao Paulo route, which, as I said, was introduced in October last year. You may want to look at some of the figures, but the first quarter figures for tourism arrivals in South Africa from various destinations by Stats SA indicate a massive increase in arrivals from Brazil because of the direct connection. Similarly, in the case of Ghana, Accra, with the Accra flight, Chairperson, the arrivals from Ghana, first quarter of this year compared to first quarter of last year, almost trebled. And now that the simplification of the visa processes contributed towards that, but it's that coupled with a direct route, direct flight. The tourism from Australia has also increased quite significantly and impressively. So, that's that. There, I want to conclude that where we embark on direct flights, and there I would agree with honourable members that we should recognise the value of a national airline from our point of view as a board, we don't have any interest and desire or appetite for privatizing this airline, because we think this airline can be made into a very, very valuable asset to the South African economy. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm assuming we're gonna move on to because there were some questions pertaining to PRASA. Can we deal with those?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honourable members. I think many of the items are covered by the Honourable Minister, but I think one of the items I'd maybe like to clarify is really there were a number of questions around the ICT environment and when the expectation of implementation was. And I just want to go on my recollection of our meeting last week, Chair, in which the colleague was really speaking, because there's obviously two sides, hardware and software. And the colleague was really talking to the hardware side and the security that goes around that. So then we're talking about issues of security, cyber security, access controls, all of those sort of items. And the colleague was stating that we are moving from on-site servers into a cloud server environment, which automatically means we move into a far improved internal control environment, Chair. And if I remember correctly, the colleague said that that would be by January, in terms of which that would be implemented. So that was the 3 months I recollected the colleague was talking to. If I look at the software side, Chair, there's a number of areas that we are busy upgrading existing systems or bringing in new systems. And those typically take between 6 and 12 months to be able to implement. So I just wanted to qualify that, Chair, if I may. So, Chair, I just want to go to the internal control on the 35 million. I think we addressed this last week. But just from a reiteration is we have put in process different approach in how these items are managed to prevent. There has been an investigation. There's no further issues found. We are busy undertaking court processes, have frozen assets, have recovered some monies, etc., to be able to deal with that specific item, Chair. If I could just deal with that. And then I'm happy to take on other items, Chair. I know there's some items that are currently under the SIU, and I think we will leave that for them to come back to us on, and then we can highlight that to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything outstanding on the Transnet side?
Members and Minister. I think the Minister broadly covered a lot of the issues that were addressed to Transnet, but there is a couple that I would like to add. And the first one is really the audit opinion on the annual financial statements for 2024 for Transnet. The audit opinion for Transnet for 31 March 2024 on the financial statements in the Auditor General of South Africa's own report is unqualified, but there were some issues and matters of emphasis, particularly around going concern, which obviously requires a lot of work and attention. And one of the matters is really the state of the indebtedness of Transnet, but which takes me to another question that was asked by honourable members, and that is the question around the funding and what we are using the funding for as Transnet. So essentially, and I want to follow the Minister's cue of looking forward rather than backward. So for the next 5 years, Transnet will continue to generate positive cash flows to the tune of 154.6 billion. Now, we have a capex plan of 152.8 billion, right? Which does mean that just if you look at a going forward position, we will have a surplus of 1.8 billion. But we have repayments that need to happen in the same period, and those repayments amount to some 120 billion, right?
which then does mean that we have a funding shortfall of 118 billion into the future. Now, that funding can take many forms, and I'm sure a lot of it has been discussed and debated. Can take the form of an equity injection, can take from whatever source that comes. So that is amongst the many questions and the many challenges that we currently face, and amongst the many solutions that we're pursuing in conjunction with the ministry that is in charge of Transnet. Then the next thing that I maybe want to just cover very briefly, Chair, is the issue of irregular or PFMA compliance, which is really mostly the irregular and fruitless expenditure. The exemption, as the Minister rightfully pointed out, actually expired at the end of March 2024. That exemption just meant that Transnet did not have to disclose irregular and fruitless expenditure on the face of its annual financial statements, but in the integrated report. So we do report on that in the integrated report. But what I can also report, and this has been shared also before in the last few weeks, is that we do see distinct progress, and I measure that in terms of what the numbers are saying to us. So since 2021, when the exemption was given, the number of irregular expenditure at Transnet stood at just under 4 billion rand. So if you fast forward that and you look at purely in terms of new irregular expenditure at Transnet, at the end of March 2024, that number was around 220 million. So it does show that the steps that management has taken in the last 3 years have definitely delivered some positive outcomes. Can we sit and celebrate and say we have arrived? No, we definitely do not believe that, because it is our mission to make sure that on an ongoing basis we continue to address irregular and fruitless expenditure in Transnet as a business. Yeah, I think I will stop there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm looking at the time, and there's a sitting this afternoon. We are not adjourning, but I am going to propose that we do the following. So I have some broad policy questions to pose to you, Minister, relating to all of these entities. What I will then, following that exchange, ask the members to ask follow-up questions. But we will not have time to deal with them because we've done 4 hours or 3.5 hours in this conversation. That, looking at the time, we make it for written submission. Now, I am also going to just highlight some questions which I think were not dealt with in this, that the members had asked. It's not many. So I will also just place those on the table, and I think at the very least we focus on the questions that were asked already that should have been answered, but were not answered, and those might generally be dealt with by the officials in any case. But I just want to ask some broad policy questions, Minister. It is my assessment, having taken account of the presentations by the Auditor General in respect of South African Airways, in respect of PRASA, and in respect of Transnet, that what appears inevitable is that a significant capital injection is needed into these entities. We must not beat around the bush. And I know South Africans do not like these terms, because when we say capital injection, it sounds better. But in essence, we need to take taxpayers' money and inject it into PRASA, and inject it into SAA, and inject it into Transnet, among others, right? This is so the following can happen. So when we were at PRASA, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CFO, the reason commuters complain about not enough trains is not that there are not enough trains. Gibela is producing enough to target. What we do not have is the signaling equipment and the capex with which to fix the pairways on which they run. So as a consequence, those trains are painfully slow, they become uncomfortably hot, and the people then complain about other issues relating to levels of service. And I want to know from you, Minister, at least relating to these entities, what you believe the total capital requirement is, because we can sit here and debate ideological issues. What I want is for that train from Naledi to Park Station not to take an hour, 15 minutes. That train should take 30, 40 minutes as it should. So that becomes, sorry, Minister, that becomes a policy decision. Secondly, the ticket prices at PRASA are at 2015 levels. Am I correct? 2015 levels. So on the one hand, there is not enough capital being injected into these entities. We cannot increase tickets. We are producing trains to target at Gibela. They are going to go and sit somewhere eventually. So the entire pipeline of fixing the problem has to work, and right now it looks to me that it doesn't work, and something needs to give. In Cabinet and in Parliament, unfortunately, the Finance Minister is presenting the medium-term budget policy statement, and the honorable members here will get an opportunity to make inputs on what should happen over the next 3 years. But I want to get your view, and that is PRASA. With South African Airways, the sense I got from the Auditor General's briefing was that there is a plan in place. It actually needs a capital injection too, because there's also opportunity cost. The longer we take kancane trying to grow, the other airlines are feeling those. The relationships between passengers and those airlines solidify, and eventually South African Airways becomes the alternative airline that people no longer know. Now, fortunately, the Treasury put this quite succinctly with respect of all the SOCs. But prior to business rescue, between 2008-9 and the time that SAA went into business rescue, about 48 point something odd billion was injected into SAA. At the end of that process, SAA went into business rescue. And that is the story of many of these state-owned entities. And I think that is why the patience is not there. That said, we still need to make policy decisions about whether we want things to happen. We cannot vacillate any longer. And I feel that there is a lot of vacillation from a policy perspective. Let me stay with SAA. SAA technical, we were told, and air chefs largely depend on the business from South African Airways, largely. And when SAA, and there was a question about how big the fleet is, I think we should say how small the fleet is right now rather than how big. And when South African Airways is not able to grow at the rate at which the market might say it's possible, it also similarly means SAA technical is in the doldrums and air chefs is in the doldrums, which points to that question of a capital injection again. So I'm staying away from this privatization debate, because what tends to happen in Parliament is we speak from both sides of our mouth. On the one hand, we do not want the so-called bailouts. On the other hand, we don't want capital injection from elsewhere. So you sit with a problem that we are admiring and talking about. And I need to know what government's general thinking is on where the capital is going to be found and how urgently it can be found and how that gets us to a solution. The same question is true of Transnet, I believe, Minister. We can change management and do all of these things that we like. The problem, it appears to me, is money. Even though the 47 billion rand guarantee facility has not yet been drawn down, I think what would be helpful, because we're talking about a guarantee facility What is the total capital requirement for Transnet to meet its mandate within a reasonable period? So the 47 billion is one thing. The actual requirement is another. And I think Parliament and the South African public need to know what the total requirement is, so that we do not do a back and forth that is unhelpful here about what we prefer and what we don't prefer, without ever solving the problem, and undermine the confidence of the South African people in Parliament's ability to get to action. Wait, yeah, let me just finish, Miss, and then you can take your briefings from the officials. So there's South African Airways, there's PRASA, and there is Transnet. The last point I want to make is on the road accident fund. And there are two issues. The first one is really simple to deal with, and you need to disabuse me, Minister, if I am wrong. In our law, if any of us makes a review application with the courts, including instances where there are constitutional issues, what is your understanding of the state of compliance prior to that matter being settled? Do you do what you insist on, or do you wait for the court to pronounce on the issue, and then once you have won or lost, then that means the rules change accordingly? We can debate whether you agree with the litigation or not, because what is happening in fact, which is not speculation, we appear to have a principle that says, I do not agree with this rule. I will not comply with it until such time that the courts have settled the matter. So please disabuse me of that understanding if that is the case. There is also the issue of, and I'm glad that you've addressed the policy issues, Minister, pertaining to the funding model. This is another case where we all speak from both sides of our mouths. Because of the rise in cost of living, South Africans hate the fuel levy. They hate it. Which means, by implication, we do not want the road accident fund to get any money. That's what it means. So either we keep the fuel levy or we don't. If we don't keep the fuel levy, as I understand, Minister, and if I'm incorrect, let me know, then kill the road accident fund, and it doesn't exist because it has no other source of revenue. And so when you speak, because you mentioned both the possibility of reducing the fuel levy and other work, it appears to me, Minister, from a policy perspective, what we really have to work out, apart from the technicalities of how the payouts are made, are the caps, and so on, we have a political stroke policy conflict here, internal conflict as South Africa, and I want to know if Cabinet has a similar difficulty, which is the very instrument that funds the road accident fund is the same instrument that South Africans do not like. And so how do we resolve that issue? Because one of the mandates that we have as this committee is to help these entities and the ministers who look after them to ensure their financial health. We will not save ourselves to any useful degree if we then, again, like I said, we appear to speak from both sides of our mouth, and I'd like you to help us. So let me just list the questions that were not dealt with, Minister. There was a question about what about the missed target and management's ability to meet its target. I think you may have dealt with the issue, but I'd like you to express yourself more specifically. So there was a question about what about missed targets and management's ability to, and that related to Transnet. Related to Transnet, and therefore what the consequences are. Then there was we've dealt with then there was a question about companies and I'm assuming that the chief financial officer may deal with them, still getting paid. If you don't have the information to hand, please provide it to us in writing. Liquid and data centric still getting paid despite contracts ending 4 years ago. Then there was a question about vertical integration. That was also in respect of Transnet. I'd like that matter to be dealt with before we adjourn. And I think that was about it, Minister. So can I ask that you deal with these questions first, clear up these questions, deal with the policy matters that I have placed on the table, and then we will just see how we handle the follow-up questions given the constraints of time.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that with regard to PRASA, we have heard that we are going to need 120 billion rand to get back to the levels, shall I just say, pre-COVID levels of operation. And that source of income, some of it is going to come from the state, because you are aware that PRASA does receive grants for capex from the state. And some of it is going to have to come from other forms of investment. So I don't agree with you when you say that all this money has to be injected by the taxpayer. One of the areas where we might engage in private sector participation or a triple P is with regard to the depots where the trains have to be housed. And that is an area where there could be a triple P. There could be private sector injection in terms of the building of those depots. On the signalling, you are correct, Chair, that the signalling is the fundamental issue for putting more trains on the lines, because the lines are in very good condition now. And I don't know whether in the visit you had, you saw one of the electricity substations that have been refurbished. So there's plenty of power to run slots at 5 or 10 minute intervals. Signalling is the key issue. There are already signalling contracts out for allocation, and I suppose those signalling contracts, some of them are due to be awarded. When I went to visit the Durban to Crossmoor line, that is the experimental line for the new form of signalling that would be fully automated. So those signalling contracts are out at the moment. And I suppose we need to look at the awarding of those contracts. So as far as I can see with regard to PRASA, it's a mix. There would be private sector participation in certain aspects of the business and state financing in certain other aspects of the business. As I think we all agreed that SAA requires a capital injection. But the question, there are two issues to be considered. The first question is, when is our house fully in order? And I think you've heard how the interim board has been trying to put the house in order. And then it really is the question of when would we be in a position to look for an equity partner. Because if we don't have an equity partner, we agree with you, Chair, we will lose market share. And I have said that that equity partner could be a development finance institution if there were interest and appetite. And it could also be another airline if there were interest and appetite. We don't have any interests on the table at the moment that we're negotiating. But we are open to the equity partner. We're not confused. With Transnet, again, I think that we're looking at a total capital requirement of between 100 and 120 billion. Again, we are not confused. We have spoken about third-party participation. I have referred to the documents that have been approved by Cabinet 2022, 2023 on third party. We are hoping that we might have the network statement out, which is the menu and the price, by the end of the year. And we are in the process of setting up the PSP unit in the development bank. And we're doing that because one of the things we learned from private sector participation in energy generation is if you don't have a proper facility that enables financial close, you might have bids, but you may not reach financial close. On RAF, I'm not a lawyer, Chair. I don't want to express opinions on legal issues. What I am prepared to express an opinion on is that we have written to the board and we have asked them not to continue with the legal work. I don't have a reply to that letter. When I have a reply to that letter, I will know what I will do next. With regard to the fuel levy, Cabinet has a subcommittee that is looking into the fuel levy. My interest is to secure a financing stream for RAF. If Cabinet is of the opinion that it shouldn't be the fuel levy, they will have to tell me what it will be. But I have an interest in the financing of the RAF, and that's why I suppose I'm in that subcommittee. On management's inability to meet the targets, this is the reason that we've put up the war room. It's to enable management to meet their targets. I did quite an extensive set of visits to corridors, to ports, and my analysis of that visiting process was that the left hand and the right hand were not adequately speaking to each other. The war room meets every day. If there is a problem in a particular port, if there is a problem on a particular line, if a particular customer has a particular problem, those matters are taken to the war room and solutions are looked for. And I think the war room is functioning well. I have already been back to meet some of our customers. I was back in Durban a week ago. And customers were saying things have significantly improved. We are being communicated with, we have answers, we know timeframes. So I think that this war room is assisting. It doesn't take the place of the requirement for capital injection, but it does improve current performance. It's not going to take it to the levels where we need it to be, which is 250 million tons per year. And we're only going to be able to do that in partnership with private injection of capital, while the network remains state-owned. Vertical integration, it's a condition of the 47 billion rand guarantee that National Treasury gave Transnet in at the beginning of this financial year, that TNPA must be fully corporatized by the 31st of March 2025. Can we reply to you in writing on this issue of the companies, whether they're paid or not paid? Thank you.
Thank you. Members, it's 12:45. So we need to leave here at 1. Can I ask that you ask one follow-up question? No, I'm going to give everyone a chance. The only thing I'm really going to ask, colleague, so the only thing I'm going to ask, colleagues, because we have a sitting at 2. Yes.
Yeah, I want to make a proposal that we submit follow-up questions in writing.
In writing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We submit them to the secretary compile them and submit them to the department.
And they come back to the committee, because I worry that we are not going to finish. We've got 14 minutes left. Can I hear your opinion, Honorable Scosa?
My opinion was that, you know, the chamber is not far from where we are. We can leave here at 15 after 1. There's no problem with that. There's nothing problem with it, unless people want to go and eat. But I'm saying, from where I'm sitting, the chamber is around the corner.
You know, Honorable Scosa, I'm not fighting with you. Yeah. I'm saying you know me. I have often faced cold stares from members because I go over the time so that questions are answered. So you and I are on the same page. However, my assessment here is that even if we put that to a vote, you and I will lose. I can see that. So,
I understand, Chair. But remember, we still have time. I'm not sure what's the hurry here. What's the hurry?
No, I had not yet made my ruling. I have a suggestion from Honorable Skosana that, not you, I have a suggestion that we submit all of them in writing. Here's what I'm going to ask you all to be disciplined, okay? Because I also don't want you to forget. The process of submitting questions in writing and so on is very admin heavy. So please ask the questions now. Since Ndombi will note them, the committee secretary will note them and make sure that, and you will also be noting as well, they get transmitted and we get the answer. So I wouldn't like to leave here without people saying what those questions are, but we need to leave in 13 minutes. I will start on that side this time with you, Honorable Atkinson, and then we complete here with Honorable Matun.
Much Chair. It was just a single question about SAA, and that was in line of the money outstanding from Zimbabwe. How does it affect present operations? Because obviously if we owed $60 million and people in Zimbabwe still have flights to Harare and to Victoria Falls, and those people there are paying in dollars, is that debt just not getting larger and larger, or are we actually getting that money? And then secondly, just to point to all those people who are very concerned about the privatization of the local airline, it's actually happened already. 90% of the South African domestic market is flown on private carriers. And to those MK MPs who fly between Durban and Cape Town, there is no SAA flight. So you're actually flying in a private carrier and you basically making private enterprise even more profitable. So well done.
Members convince each other over lunch. Honorable Esak.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, mine was a small one regarding the original question on the 1.1 billion. I just wanted to check maybe with the CFO if that amount is accruing any interest or is it just the capital and that's it?
Thank you. Honorable Nandanja.
Thank you, Chair. Mine on SAA is to say, does SAA also get to do domestic flights outside of our country, as we see other companies doing within the country? Thank you.
Honorable Blosse.
Chairman, not a single of my questions were answered. So I'm fine, I'm covered.
Wait. I need to make sure.
I asked on the legislation of RAF. I asked on the ability of Mango getting back online. No, it's fine.
So I don't want to answer for them. I believed that those were answered, but I remember those questions because I took detailed notes this time around.
Chair, there was one question of his I didn't answer. Can I answer it?
Yeah, please, which one, please?
It was the question about when I said that there were certain KPAs which one would have expected the Road Accident Fund to include in their APP and they didn't include. That is the question I didn't answer. And what I wanted to say to the Honourable Member is the Auditor General said that in his report to the department. And I think that it's an important point because what we have to know is how many of the claims that are submitted are covered. And if we don't know that, then we don't know issues that pertain to contingent liability and actual liability. So I wasn't saying that the Road Accident Fund was misleading us. I was saying that when the AG raises with me that something like this is not in the APP of the organization, then I have to make sure that it gets put in the APP of the organization because it's relevant. Thank you.
All right, and just to be certain, it was the issue of whether claims that are due do actually get paid, because that's what the Road Accident Fund is for. So I just want to complete on this point, Honorable Blosser, because I don't want to leave it hanging. So there was a minister, a point where the minister referred to the Accounting Standards Board. I understood it to be saying, and Minister, you can deal with the issue again, to be a response to that question about whether there is a law that says, is it a social benefit fund or not? And maybe you might want to give a yes or no answer to whether that is so, because I noted these down. And then are we going to see Mango back in the air? Honorable, you're not honorable anymore. You are Mr. You're Mr. Honeycomb. But again, so I just want to be certain that you said the business rescue continues as far as Mango Airlines are concerned, and the shareholder will take a decision once that's handed back to you. Is that my assumption? Is that if there's business rescue, you intend to fly it? Otherwise, you wouldn't rescue it. So I read that to be implicit in that answer, to say if you continue with business rescue, then you are going to fly it.
No, I think that it's now squarely in the hands of the business rescue practitioner. So the only way that you can intervene is for some reason, then you would have to take over all of the creditors if you want to take it out of business rescue. The business rescue practitioner can take it out of business rescue by selling it effectively. And that's what he has indicated he intends doing. And, so there's no, the only alternative to that would be if the minister finds a significant amount of money, if she wants to, and I wouldn't advise her to do so at the moment, because there's nothing there, Chairperson. There's nothing there at this stage, hardly anything there to rescue.
All right, you've got your answer. Okay, thank you. Honourable Neil May.
Yes, there was just one other question, and that was how many other countries owe SAA money? I think when we had the presentation, I think we heard Namibia. I'm not sure who the other one was, but how many other countries around the world have our funds from SAA? Thanks.
Thank you. Honourable Pila.
No follow-up question, Chairperson.
Honourable Skosana.
No follow-up on my side. Thank you.
Honourable Kubega.
Thank you, Chair. I had quite a few, but it's fine. I think, firstly, I would like to disagree with the Minister when she speaks on maintenance. So the question is, can we have, possibly in writing, the statistics, possibly in, if you can table it, of number one, the kilometers of rail replacement between 2013 and 2018 versus 2019 and 2024. Number two, the number of rail sleepers installed in the same time period. Number three, the number of rail turnouts, same period. Number four, the ballast screening. And number five, the derailment stats between 2013 and 2024. Yes. If we can have that in tabular form, I think that will answer the Minister when she says there was no maintenance done. So I would like us to have it in tabular form from her end so that we can then compare and then answer the question that I have against her when she says that there was no maintenance done, which basically propped up the profits and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. One, I'll start by saying the minister is incorrect for her to say to us, we will have input wise while we'll be in government. When you are a minister of all South Africans. Whether opposition party or no opposition party, you are a minister for our people. You are representing our people here, not a political party. When we were at Scopa, I thought, so otherwise I'll be talking about my party. I don't want to go there. Number two, there's no way that you can achieve 226 tons if you don't have a maintenance on the rail. There's no way. There's no way. And there's no way that you can achieve the 160 million tons. Because on your 6 months, it's almost 60, I think it's 58 million. I think that's what she said, the CFO. Lastly, I'm going to be very specific because my other two colleagues are waiting. Minister, you must not allow yourself to be hoodwinked into believing there was no capital investment of maintenance expenditure that was low below par. No one achieved that kind of tonnage in Transnet between 2015 and 2018. As a general rule, if you do not invest in rail maintenance, you will experience many derailments. This is up the capacity. Again, going back 10 years to discover the truth, do not allow yourself to be managed through narratives and nomenclature. Don't allow yourself to be misled by the board. The fact of the matter, facts are there. We can go back, like my colleague has said now. Let's check 2015 to 2018 and 2018 to 2024. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I don't want, please, Chair. Please, Chair. I hate this thing of our members trying to interfere when we are speaking. Please, Chair, protect us. Because this thing is going on. Once they differ with you, then they say something. When we are on platform, it's unacceptable. We don't do it. Please.
Members, can I ask once more? Please, I'm not going to entertain it. Can I ask once more? When a member is on the floor and speak, can we allow them to complete the question? Please. Please. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you.
Honorable Skosan.
Yeah, I think Honorable Skosana, when he says that the minister must not allow to be managed by the board, I think he's casting aspersion on the minister, because it means that the minister is managed by the board. So that is unparliamentary, Chairperson.
Chair, again, I'm sorry. The minister will respond for herself. I know they are from the same party. Please, Chair. I cannot be the response coming from my colleague. No. He is right here.
Okay, can I? So can I?
It's not a matter of responding. It's a matter of the rules of this house.
Can I?
About matter the rules of parliament, because he's casting aspersion.
Honorable members.
No, it's not a response, but the rules do not allow to cast aspersion. Rules of parliament apply in the committee.
Honorable members, please. Can we please bring some order into this room, please? And we will discuss the matter of how we conduct ourselves in these meetings because we need to have that meeting. We need to complete now. Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make a follow-up on the issue of maybe what I was outside was responded to. The need to investigate the decision to cancel the security contracts, which led to massive losses of infrastructure. And I understand the minister's approach to say that she wants to work going forward, but I have a problem that if we miss the correct diagnosis of what the problem has been, we may then prescribe wrong medicine to these issues. I am not convinced that these institutions are not able to function, and as a result, they need capital injection from private sector for them to function. And also, I've asked repeatedly in terms of if from the core business, we are not told how these institutions can be profitable, it would not help to inject as many billions as you want to, because it means that if with all the process involved in ensuring that the trains are running, we can't make profit. So you inject as many billions as we want. we still won't be able to make profit. We can just run with those billions for a few more years, and ultimately we'll go down the same path. Because that is what I want to understand. At the core of the business, we must be able to say what are the profit margins that we're able to make. And over a period of time, we can then grow steadily the business to a point where it is sustainable and is able to grow at a pace that we want. And I'm not getting that. That is my problem. But also my other problem is that this notion that private capital can invest, private capital will never invest in an institution that is not profitable. So why are we so certain that we'll get people to come and invest where we are not able to make profit? Unless if we know that we are able to make profit, but deliberately we have sent an image that we are not, so that we sell it or sell certain components to private capital, and immediately when they come in, we start making profits miraculously, and they can benefit and get back their returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maduna.
Thanks, Chair. I think one follow-up question one would have would be around the issue of Transnet, Minister. The reason why I would re-ask this is because if you look at their financial statements for the previous year, you would notice that the net cash flow from their operating expenses has decreased to 14 billion from 22 billion in the previous financial year. Now, this tells you that they are unable from their operation, from what they make from their operations to cover the debt payments that they need to make and their operational expenses. Again, I'm going to ask, Minister, from what they are borrowing, how much are they using to fund this gap that they have? The reason I'm asking this is because also HE raises this, Chair, the going concerns of Transnet. And I think the previous entities that you would find, most of them, like Yomango and so on, they were sustained for a very long time using debt. And we could not figure it out that they are not really doing, or they are not profitable in business. So that is why I'm saying that one should reiterate this, so that at least if the minister as well, he has not looked into the issue properly, into the issue properly, because I don't think it's going to serve us to continue borrowing to pay for our operational for our OPEX. At least if we borrow to invest in CAPEX, that will then generate us profit to ensure that the business is sustainable and so on. And Chair, I think lastly, one need to mention this as I sit down. You see, Chair, I'm from the ANC, ne? ANC is an organization of the people. And I believe that we all know that the people are against privatization of the state-owned entities. Being it that it may, yes, there might be benefit that you might derive at some point from the PPPs, private equity, and so on. However, it must not be, because now it seems there is a narrative that is being driven, and it appears as if it's true, because this thing, in all entities that you see that there are shortcomings in terms of their operational controls and so on, risk management and government processes, you would require the private equity. And now it's as if there is a narrative that we are driving to want to bring private sector into this, and I think we must cash in about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Members. All the questions are noted. We've also noted them here. We are going into the annual financial statements season. In one of our next meetings, we're also going to be discussing as a committee our plan for how we're going to deal with those annual financial statements. It's our choice which institutions we call to appear before the committee so that we can deal with the outstanding issues, some of the financial issues that the members may have. Minister, I want to thank you. I want to thank the teams from South African Airways, from the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, and from Transnet for being here, as well as your colleagues. I see members of the Auditor General team. You also here. Thank you very much for coming. We adjourn.